Hello, mic check. Check.
ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಶುಭೋದಯಗಳು. ಈಗ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಎನ್.ಎಸ್. ಬೋಸರಾಜು ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೈಲೇಶ್ ನಾಯಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಚ್.ಎಸ್. ನಾಗರಾಜು ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಹಿರಿಯ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್ರವರು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇದರ ಅಂಗಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯು ನೀರಿನ ಭದ್ರತೆಗಾಗಿ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದ ಮೇಲೆ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ವಿವಿಧ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಂದ ಹಾಗೂ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮೊದಲನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾಡಗೀತೆ. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ಈಗ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಗೀತೆ. ಖ್ಯಾತ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ದೊಡ್ಡರಂಗೇಗೌಡರವರು ಗೀತೆ ರಚನೆ, ಹಾಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಸಂಗೀತ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಗಾಯಕಿ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಎಂ.ಡಿ. ಪಲ್ಲವಿಯವರು.
He
ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾಸ್ತಾವಿಕ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನಾಡಿ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಶುಭೋದಯ, ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನೀರಿನ ಭದ್ರತೆಗಾಗಿ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಎಂಬ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತ, ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಎನ್.ಎಸ್. ಬೋಸರಾಜು ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಪುರಸ್ಕೃತ ಖ್ಯಾತ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮಾನ್ಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೈಲೇಶ್ ನಾಯಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಹಾಗೂ ಖ್ಯಾತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ತಜ್ಞರು ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಚ್.ಎಸ್. ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಅವರೇ, ನನ್ನ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್, ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಮತ್ತು ತುಮಕೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜಾ ಸಾಬ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಿರಿಯ KS ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರಭದ್ರ ಹಂಚಿನಾಳ್ ಅವರೇ, ರುದ್ರೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರಯ್ಯ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಂಗೂರು ಮಠ್ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅವರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿವಿಧ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಿಂದ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಬೋಧಕ ಮತ್ತು ಬೋಧಕೇತರ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ, ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಿರು ಪರಿಚಯ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯನ್ನು ಖ್ಯಾತ ಬಾಹ್ಯಾಕಾಶ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಇಸ್ರೋ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದ ಪದ್ಮವಿಭೂಷಣ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ UR ರಾವ್ ಅವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 2005ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಕಳೆದ 19 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯು ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ನಿಂದ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳವರೆಗೆ ವಿವಿಧ ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಸಂಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗುವ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 40ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಗಳನ್ನು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಮತ್ತು ವಿವಿಧ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ 2 national conferences on climate resilience and sustainable development in association with the funding support of Ministry of Earth Sciences, then basic principles of flight and risk assessment analysis in association with SERB of Department of Science and Technology. In fact, for the last 17 years, KSTA had organized many programs which are of beneficial to the students, teaching faculty and to the general public. Considering this, Government of India, Department of Science and Technology gave KSTA an outstanding performance award in 2022. And it is with great pleasure and honor that we welcome all of you to this 3-day conference on sustainable groundwater management for water security, scheduled for 3 days from today to day after tomorrow. This conference aims to foster collaboration towards developing sustainable solutions and enhancing our understanding of groundwater resources. It advocates for policies that ensures fair and efficient utilization of resources amidst global challenges. The event features 10 distinguished talks by experts and a panel discussion chaired by Dr. V.S. Prakash, and also opportunity is being given to PG students, research scholars and faculty to present their research outcomes in the form of presentations. And today we have with us our Honorable Minister N.S. Bosaraju sir. He obtained a diploma in automobile engineering from Madras University and has had an illustrious political career that began as a youth Congress leader in Raichur district. He has served in various esteemed capacities within the party organization, including AICC Secretary and Telangana in charge. And we see the result, Telangana got Congress government. And twice he has been elected as the MLA from Manvi constituency of Raichur district. He has subsequently elected to the Legislative Council as MLC. Now sir is the Honorable Minister for Science and Technology and Minor Irrigation. We are very fortunate to have an exceptionally capable administrator, a widely admired minister, visionary leader, and an individual of noble character and integrity. This combination of qualities ensures Effective governance inspires confidence among us officers and paves the way for successful implementation of many science promotional programs across the state. In fact, I should mention, for the first time, when I go to minister's office, I feel homely, as though I am in my own office. Such is the treatment that I get from Honorable Minister and also the Veerabhadra Anchinal, Rudresh and other staff. We are very grateful to you, sir, for being very encouraging for all our activities. We look forward to many more activities like this in future as well. On behalf of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy and on behalf of all of you, hearty welcome to you, sir. It has been a long dream that I should invite Dr. Shailesh Naik sir to our office. In fact, I had invited him for climate change program also. He was busy on that occasion. Now he has kindly agreed and come. Dr. Shailesh Naik is the director of National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bengaluru, and he is also the chancellor of Terry School of Advanced Studies, Delhi. Formerly, he chaired the Earth System Science Organization and served as secretary to the Government of India for the Ministry of Earth Sciences. He has led numerous programs on climate change, ocean science, and geosciences. He is a fellow of many prestigious academies. He has been awarded honorary doctorate from many universities, including the University of Andhra, University of Assam, and Amity University. Dr. Naik is the recipient of IGU Hari Narayan Lifetime Achievement Award in Geoscience, ISCA Vikram Sarabhai Memorial Award, and Bhaskar Award by Indian Society of Remote Sensing. In 2024, Sir has been honored with the highest civilian award, Padma Shri. He has published more than 200 research papers in national and international journals of repute, and he has also delivered more than 200 invited talks. Globally, it is with great pride that I welcome distinguished scientist and chief guest of today's function, Dr. Shailesh Naik sir, to this inaugural function. Welcome to you, sir. I am delighted to welcome my guru and former esteemed member and chairman of Finance Committee of KSTA and an eminent educationist, Dr. H.S. Nagaraja sir, who is a dedicated teacher, philanthropist, responsible social citizen. His remarkable journey showcases his will and enterprise in building enduring organizations and institutions that serve society. In fact, KSTA is also a beneficiary for his visionary leadership. Prayog reflects his belief in experiential learning, opposing the compartmentalization of science into physics, chemistry, and biology. Those of you who are present here, I request all of you to visit Prayog once to see how international facility could be there in India also for students of our country. Before Prayog, he also founded and established the premier training organization, BASE, which helps students to secure admission into top institutions. Dr. Nagaraj sir has authored many books. He has served in several advisory committees. He has founded Sri Shankara Cancer Foundation and also co-founded TAPAS, providing free IIT JEE training and support for students from weaker sections. It is my proud privilege to welcome Dr. H.S. Nagaraj sir to this inaugural function. We have with us Director of GroundWater Board, Dr. Ramchandraya sir, on behalf of all of us. Welcome to you, sir. We have with us Dr. Rajesh, Director of State Remote Sensing Application Center. Welcome to you, Doctor. We have Dr. Y. Lingaraju sir, former Director of Remote Sensing Center. Professor Raja Saab sir, Shri Hanchinal sir, Shri Dr. Ganesh Raj sir, Dr. Prabhakar sir, Dr. Prakash sir, Rudresh, Dr. Rajesh, Arun, and many officers of line departments are here. Mr. Kalesh, my colleague, former colleague, is also with us. And for all of you, hearty welcome to all of you. I am sure in the next 3 days, you'll be listening to eminent scientists who have really worked on groundwater. I'm sure you'll be able to broaden the horizon of your knowledge in groundwater management. with this. Thank you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸಿದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಂದು ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ತನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಾಡನ್ನು ಕಡಿದು ಕಾಂಕ್ರೀಟ್ ಕಾಡು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಗಿ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿದ್ದಂಥ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಭೂತಾಯಿಯ ಒಡಲನ್ನು ಸೇರದೆ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಕಡಿಮೆಯಾಗಿರೋದು ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನೇ ಡಿ ವಿ ಗುಂಡಪ್ಪನವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮನ ಕಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರೇನು ಮಾನವರೋ ದಾನವರೋ ಈ ಭೂಮಾತೆಯ ದಾಹ ವಿಂಗಿಸಲು ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಸುರಿಸುವ ಬದಲು ರಕ್ತವನ್ನು ಸುರಿಸಿ ಹೇರಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿನ ಹಾಗೆ ಧಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹೊಗೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚವೇ ಕಟುಕನ ಜಗುಲಿಯಂತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮುಚ್ಚದೆ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಂಕೇತಿಕ ಎಂಬಂತೆ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರೆರೆಯುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಲನೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜನಪರ ಕಾಳಜಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಹಿರಿಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು, ಸಮರ್ಥ ಜನನಾಯಕರು, ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರ ಚಿಂತಕರು, ದಕ್ಷ ಆಡಳಿತಗಾರರು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಗಳು, ಸ್ನೇಹಪರ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವುಳ್ಳವರು ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್ ಎನ್ ಬೋಸರಾಜು ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೂ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರು, ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಿರುವ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕೃತರು ಹಾಗೂ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಭೂವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೈಲೇಶ್ ನಾಯಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕೆಂದು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Honorable Minister of Minor Irrigation and Science and Technology, Shri Bosraju ji, Dr. Nagaraja, Dr. Ramesh, distinguished guests and dear participants. I'm very happy to be here and extremely grateful to Dr. Ramesh for inviting me to this very important conference on sustainable groundwater management and water security. As you know that the water is a vital resource and its sustainable use depends upon the understanding of the water cycle. Water is important in many sustainable development goals. The SDG 6 about ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all by 2030 and SDG 12 about ensuring responsible consumption and production patterns are directly relevant to this conference. India is one of the top 10 water-rich countries, but in many regions, the availability and the requirement of groundwater do not conform to the requirements and leading to water scarcity. In India, agriculture and drinking water requirements are dependent on groundwater in most of the regions. This century is likely to see growing demand of groundwater resources due to increasing requirement of agriculture, domestic and industrial sectors, and reduction in sustainable yield due to changing rainfall patterns. Such scenario can lead to conflicts and socio-economic disturbances. The water crisis can be avoided by effective groundwater management, recycling of wastewater, efficient irrigation, and selection of suitable crops for arid and semi-arid regions, as well as implementing an effective water harvesting technologies. Groundwater makes up the majority of accessible fresh water on the earth. It has been estimated that the total demand of groundwater would be 1180 billion cubic meter by 2050 and likely to exceed the availability of water in most regions. At present, the overexploitation of groundwater is mainly confined to northwest part of India due to indiscriminate withdrawal of groundwater to grow unsuitable crops, parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat due to arid climate, and parts of peninsular India due to inherent characteristic of crystalline aquifers. The rivers and streams also rely on the groundwater. The falling groundwater levels affect base flow in the river and the terrestrial ecosystems. It has been found that an ecological tipping point of environmental flow limit has been reached in 15 to 20% of the watersheds in drier regions of the northern India. Many watersheds will cross the threshold of such excessive use continues by 2050. An understanding between the stream and aquifer interaction in different hydrological settings need to be developed and modeled. Such modeling efforts will need dense hydrological observations. The Central Groundwater Board has one observation well on an average for an area of about 220 square kilometer. But what we need is the corresponding measurements of stream flow also required. Many non-governmental organizations such as Foundation for Ecological Security have undertaken to measure the water levels during pre-monsoon time to increase this granularity, and the data is made available to everybody. Such initiatives will also help to manage the groundwater resources sustainably. Springs are primary source of groundwater in hilly regions. It has been observed that the springs are drying up due to enhanced demand of water and environmental degradation. A systematic mapping and inventory of springs along with hydrogeological mapping of spring-shade areas should be undertaken, followed by regulation in extraction of groundwater. The contamination of groundwater due to domestic, agriculture, and industrial sources is also increasing threat. Nitrate pollution in groundwater has been traced to agricultural fertilizer applications. Arsenic and fluoride contamination, both due to geogenic and anthropogenic sources, is of increasing concern as large population depends on groundwater for their drinking water requirements. Many coastal aquifers are also turning saline due to overexploitation of groundwater in coastal regions, and also the sea level rise further adds to this misery. This is also another area for the maintaining groundwater quality. We have seen that the satellite data have been effectively used to identify potential areas for groundwater prospecting, followed by geophysical surveys and identifying water harvesting sites for sustainably managing groundwater resources. This exercise helped to provide drinking water to thousands of villages in the country. The success rates of targeting groundwater increased from 45 to 90% after input from the remote sensing data. Indian satellite systems, INSAT, ResourceSat, ARISAT, Saral Altica, etc., have been providing information on rainfall distribution, surface temperature, evapotranspiration rates, land use, land cover, water spread and level, soil moisture content, etc., to understand the water cycle. The Water Resource Information System of ISRO is providing up-to-date information on hydrological parameters in standard format for the entire country. GRACE data provided information on groundwater storage and changes over a period and provided useful information on the trend. It was found that the northern India and the Ganga basin showed a decreasing trend, while increasing trend was inferred in the Godavari and Krishna basins. A combination of high-resolution multispectral and hyperspectral optical data, synthetic aperture radar, altimeter and multi-frequency radiometric data can improve the retrieval of hydrological parameters and our understanding of hydrological cycle. Hence, the continuity and timely access to the satellite data is to be ensured. The increasing global temperature, change in precipitation pattern, and rise in sea level affect most hydrological processes at regional scales and modify water availability and demand, as well as the magnitude and the frequency of hydrological extremes of floods and droughts. The rapid urbanization, industrial growth, and land use changes enhance these adverse impacts. Rainfall intensity and duration is one of the prime factors that govern the infiltration and overland flow, and increasing rainfall likely to increase the total recharge to the groundwater. Most global models project possible increase in the mean precipitation and increase in extreme dry spells and floods. The assessment of impact of increasing events and enhanced precipitation at basin level and feedback between the climate and the hydrologic system are very challenging tasks at different spatial and temporal scales. The warming temperature alters the evaporation rates, which affect the infiltration to the ground and thus the recharge. Agriculture water demands are primarily related to the evapotranspiration of the crops. It is expected that the water demand of most crops likely to increase because of the increased evapotranspiration. Land uses such as afforestation and urbanization also increase or decrease the groundwater recharge. The snow melt currently contributes to estimated 70% of the summer flow in the Ganges. The loss of mass of glaciers and consequent decline in dry season flows could threaten the water and food security of 400 million people dependent on the Himalayan rivers. The information on spatial distribution of ice thickness and projections of future water availability must be used in infrastructure design, development, and water allocation policies for Indo-Gangetic plains. The depletion of groundwater resources is also a major issue. This situation may further exacerbated by the future changes in climate change and alter the hydrological cycle. There is an evidence that the declining groundwater is resulting in declining the base flows in the rivers as well. The accurate assessment of spatial and temporal characterization of groundwater recharge is challenging. The shallow, unconfined aquifers respond more readily to local climatic changes as they are recharged by seasonal stream flow and can be depleted by evapotranspiration. The confined aquifers are less sensitive to the direct impact of climate change and the hydrological condition. The assessment of groundwater recharge are being investigated using projections of precipitation and temperature for global climate models in a calibrated groundwater model for a watershed or a region. The slight increase in the precipitation may alleviate the current groundwater depletion, but the projected climatic extremes will create the groundwater shortages. Multidisciplinary approach is required to manage the existing groundwater resources. It requires to build the scientific understanding of groundwater interaction with different hydrological processes, socio-economic development, and land uses. It is important to identify uncertainties associated with future projections of climate variables in climate impact studies. In the last, I would like to say the actions which are required to be taken. The most important is that we need to make a transition from the surface storage to the managed aquifer storage. That means underground storage, which will be easy to maintain the demand and supply side. The other actions which is required are as follows. The most water resources depend on spatially non-uniform monsoon rainfall, and heterogeneities are more pronounced. Hence, increased real-time hydrometeorological observations, water demand and use, and stream flow data, including sediment load, dissolved oxygen, and water quality are required. In this regard, the India Water Resources Information System, VARIS, and the Bhuvan data portals are exemplary. Recent advances of low-cost sensor measuring soil moisture, water quality, and stream flow are promising and should be deployed as widely as possible. Unmanned vehicles are also increasingly used to collect hydrological data, and they're found to be very useful. The surface and near surface environment are called critical zone, where the living systems thrive. Small changes in the precipitation and temperature influence surface energy and water budgets through the physical processes in this zone. So critical zone observatories should be set up to provide useful data on all hydrological processes. The availability of water for ecosystem is depleting as water is diverted for the human use. Healthy river flows free from pollution required to be maintained for the ecosystem survival. For urban areas, the options of wastewater recycling and desalination technologies to be explored to generate new sources of water, and appropriate legislation to be considered for the use of the groundwater. The current measures such as watershed development, rainwater harvesting, development of village tanks and water bodies are to be enhanced. The coordination mechanism between India Meteorological Department, Central Water Commission, state government, hydropower corporation, municipalities, and sectors of energy and energy should be strengthened. The understanding of the linkages between the stream flow, land use changes, rainfall, modification of catchments and groundwater use to be improved, and predictive models are to be developed. Lastly, we need to build a framework to integrate all aspects of water cycle and appropriate water governance in short, medium, and long term from local to regional needs, and support innovations to improve the productivity and efficiency. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂತಹ PU ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಸರುವಾಸಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಬೇಸ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರು ನೋಡಿ ತಿಳಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಲಿ ಎಂಬ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ, ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಆದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HS ನಾಗರಾಜು ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೋರಿಕೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning to all the respected as invitees, people on the dais. After listening to Mr. Shailesh Naik, who has covered a highly researched technical talk, it's more customary that when somebody invites, I should talk more like a general citizen. We all know that though there are several planets around and scientists have been trying to see what are other planets where man can habitate, the one thing that is certain is that we have a planet which we should protect first. I think aptly the title has been to protect or develop models for sustainable groundwater management. Groundwater is of course the most critical because it also impacts other securities. Without groundwater management, we can't have food security. So they are all linked. Therefore, this should not be seen in isolation. Like the other things are, what are the crops that can be grown with less food, less water intake? Paddy has been a great example of consumption of water. And therefore, this project, which is being brought up for this conference, means more than just groundwater sustainability. And therefore, I am sure the research papers and the presentations will cover all these aspects of not just security of underground water, but all aspects of security for the planet. Because sustainability is the underlying principle today for anything, right from electronics industry to material science industry to everything else. We are on a firm platform of sustainability, and for all other sustainability of groundwater, because we get some amount of rain, and if we don't use it properly, there is no way that we can come out of it. And in that sense, this conference has been aptly designed for covering all these aspects. I wouldn't elaborate much. Sustainable groundwater also means the quality, which Dr. Nayak has already said, effluents from industries and pollutants, and the problem of fluorine and lead and so many other, nitrogen. These are all things, and the cost of managing others will be far more than trying to work in sustainable protection, because the cost of medical treatment, the cost of diseases that we are going to get. Unfortunately, when there was surplus, we splurge. We don't count water. A drop of water in every tap for the whole night, which we see often, can cost lives, because it's not just starvation. Thirst is also one of the probably most important things, and therefore, in this context, we should all understand, and fortunately, the earth science as an independent department has also started playing a big role, because earlier geology was thought of as a subject, geography was thought of as a subject, more of descriptive nature than looking at it as a very important sustainable element. Now that we have those departments coming up, both in the state and central level, and it's also included as science in our curriculum recently. In fact, earth sciences has been part of the new education policy also. Therefore, slowly we are getting it in a stage of awareness, but awareness is the first level, but functionally taking it to higher levels. And one of the methods as a teacher is that this idea of sustainable development can happen only with every child getting to understand the value of not just wasting water, which often happens. Schools, colleges, people who are aware are also telling, don't waste water. But it should also become part of their curriculum and their practice. Therefore, being the probably organization which has been doing a lot of work in education, Karnataka Science and Technology Academy should also be able to build more and more activities around the importance of not only groundwater preservation or sustainability or right to water. It should also be enabling people to understand, or children to understand, that this leads to other rights, right to food, right to pollution, right to environment. All these aspects are involved. So probably with the minister's support, Ramesh should be able to take up this as a very important topic in the next 2-3 years of academic activities, so that the children can always make elders behave better. Therefore, as a teacher, I would request the minister to probably look at this as a principal activity in the next 2-3 years in KSTA and provide the necessary support, and Ramesh should take it forward. I am not talking for long because there are expert talks, people who have worked all through their lives on these aspects. Once again, my thanks to everybody for having given me this patience hearing under Dr. Ramesh and the KSTA for calling me and giving me this opportunity to talk. Thank you, Dr. Shailesh and Dr. Bosraju, sir. Dr. Anand. Thank you.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಹಾಗೂ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಂದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಸಾರಾಂಶಗಳ ಒತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕೆಂದು ಕೋರಿಕೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ 3 ದಿನದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಲ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಂದಿನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ, ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಎಮಿನೆಂಟ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ and Director of the National Institute of Advanced Study, Dr. Shailesh Naik ji, Educator and Chief Manager of Prayoga Institute, Dr. H.S. Nagaraj ji, our CEO, Dr. A.M. Ramesh ji, our Senior Scientist, Professor Dr. Anand ji, resources experts, officers of the Department of Mine Irrigation, Science and Technology and Geology, technical faculty, scientists, students, distinguished guests, delegates, friends from media, and ladies and gentlemen and other dignitaries. I am delighted to be present at this conference on sustainable groundwater management of water security, organized by the Karnataka Science and Technology Academy with the support of the Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, and the Groundwater Directorate, Department of Mine Irrigation, Government of Karnataka. The theme of this conference emphasizes the urgency and gravity of the challenges posed by the groundwater overexploitation, as well as the need for the sustainable management. I appreciate KSTA for bringing together distinguished scientists for this conference to share their expertise and insights on various facets of sustainable groundwater management. Groundwater is an important and valuable resource for a variety of reasons, including its importance in sustaining ecosystems, supporting agriculture, and providing drinking water to communities all over the world. Groundwater is widely available, affordable, and easily accessible. It typically requires less capital to develop and is not dependent on large-scale water projects. For decades, the majority of us have been primarily dependent on groundwater resources for industrial, agriculture, and residential uses. But today, groundwater availability is rapidly decreasing as a result of deforestation, urbanization, and anthropogenic activities. We are rapidly approaching a crisis of groundwater overuse, and globally, regions with sustainable groundwater balance are shrinking day by day. Groundwater is becoming a crucial concern for both cities and villages. We are lagging in demonstrating our commitment and implementing policy interventions to support and promote the recharging of groundwater on the long-term basis. It is the need of the hour to conserve and recharge the groundwater, to bring the groundwater level back to the sustainable level and use it more like a fixed deposit than like a loan that requires us to pay interest, with the principal holding future regeneration accountability for our failure to act now. We can learn more about groundwater conservation and restoration management by combining natural and engineering methods. This will all allow us to focus on reforming, performing, and transforming our actions and policies for a more sustainable future, while also providing a workable plan to address the current crisis. Our commitment plan should focus more on rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge, making the public part of this groundwater recharge movement. From this stage, I take this moment to invite experts and corporates to connect and collaborate across sectors to help us on our journey to achieve sustainable Karnataka. By marching together and supporting one another, we can achieve this. Finally, I hope this conference brings together distinguished group of experts, researchers, and the stakeholders to discuss new approaches, share best practices, and a chart of course of sustainable groundwater management. thereby contributing the large goal of water security and social well-being. I am happy to note that compendium of abstracts is being brought that encompasses insights and research outcomes from these studies conducted by the researchers in different regions of the state and beyond. I am certain that this compendium will serve as a valuable resources of researchers dedicated to sustainable groundwater management. As the Minister of Mine Irrigation, Science and Technology, I hope the enthusiastic participation of the attendants and the fruitful exchange of ideas at the conference will promote sustainable groundwater management and governance to address the groundwater depletion in Karnataka and Bihar. On behalf of the government, I extended my best wishes to this conference. Thanks to the KST for inviting me to this successful and inspiring event.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಹಿರಿಯ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್ರವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರುವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಎನ್.ಎಸ್. ಬೋಸರಾಜುರವರು ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾಲನೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಿರು ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕೆಂದು ಕೋರಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾದ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಭೂವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯದ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಪುರಸ್ಕೃತರು ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೈಲೇಶ್ ನಾಯಕ್ರವರು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್.ಎಸ್. ನಾಗರಾಜುರವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುನ್ಮಾನ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ಜೈವಿಕ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎ. ಕೌರ್ ಅವರು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಪವನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಮಾಲಾಪಟ್ಟಿಯವರು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಸೇವೆ ಇವರು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಅನುಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಪ್ರಾಯೋಜಕರಾದ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಜಲ್ ಶಕ್ತಿ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಫೆಮೆಂಟೋ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್, ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮಿನರಲ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಾಯೋಜಕತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರಯ್ಯ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರ ಆಪ್ತ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರಭದ್ರ ಹಂಚಿನಾಳ್ ರವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಉದ್ರೇಶ್ ರವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸುಸೂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಲು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಮತ್ತು ಸಲಹೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣ್ಯರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ರಾಜಾ ಸಾಬ್ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು, ತುಮಕೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾಜ್ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರು RRSC ಇಸ್ರೋ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಸಂಗೂರ್ಮಠ್ ನಿವೃತ್ತ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೈನ್ಸ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ VS ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ರವರು ನಿವೃತ್ತ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು KSNDMC, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಿಂಗರಾಜು ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಡಾಟಾ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇವರುಗಳು ಗಣ್ಯರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವ ವಿವಿಧ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಂಗಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ದೂರ ಸಂವೇದಿ ಅನ್ವಯಿಕ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ HL ರವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಅದೇ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಇತರ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ನೀಡಿ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲು ರಾಜ್ಯದೆಲ್ಲೆಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಬಿರಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವರುಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಯೋಜಿಸಿರುವ ಭೂವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು, ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಜಾಲತಾಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲು ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿರುವ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್ರವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಈಗ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಹಾರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕೋರಿಕೆ.
ಇದೆಯಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ to the technical session of today's program. So we have today's chairing the session Professor H.S. Nagaraja sir and today's speaker Dr. S. Rajendra Prasad sir. Both of them please come on to the dais. I deem it a privilege to introduce today's session chair, Dr. H.S. Nagaraja sir, popularly known as HSN. Is a distinguished educationist, committed teacher forever, philanthropist, member of decision-making bodies of several organizations, and a responsible social citizen. His journey is the remarkable story of a self-made man and his indomitable will enterprise to build organizations that deliver enduring value and institutions that serve the society at all levels. It all started in 1964 when HSN stepped out from National College Basavankudi as young graduate in science. He went on complete his MSc in physics in 1966 from Bangalore University. Academics background him professionally as well. He joined Vijaya College as a lecturer in 1967. He completed his PhD in the area of molecular physics in 1983. Realizing that students in Bangalore who were pursuing IIT JEE did not have adequate training, HSN came forward to provide the much needed learning support. Although in a small way at his Bull Temple residence, thus was born BASE, everybody known BASE Education. As the founder director of BASE, HSN has painstakingly built a 400-member organization, BASE Educational Services Private Limited, a leader in the field of student training, offering a range of innovative training programs for students from class 5th to +2. It centers across Karnataka and strategic alliances with several institutions. BASE has been playing a crucial role in elevating the ability of students to compete with the best in the country to secure admission into leading IITs, medical colleges, engineering colleges, and institutions that offer learning options in pure sciences. HSN, through his philanthropic act and professional expertise, has established and it's actively mentoring and nurturing Prayoga, a non-for-profit organization focusing purely on education research. Prayoga intends to build about a transformation in society by enhancing the utility and quality of learning at the school level. This significance of his initiative can be appreciated in the light of the following realities and challenges. Prayoga Education Research Center campus has a built-up area of 25,000 square feet spread over 1.5 acres, set to provide best-in-class research facilities for learners, teachers, and researchers, and also open to schools, catering to economically weaker sections of the society at no cost, for free of cost. Dr. HSN has served as an esteemed member of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy and also chairman of KSTA Finance Committee. Dr. HSN has authored over 30 books in physics and electronics. These books are referred by students across the country for learning subject and also preparing for various competitive exams. Dr. HSN's prospective skills, thought leadership have been playing a guiding role for several educational institutions. He has served on the advisory committees, governing councils of several engineering colleges, PU colleges and schools. With this brief introduction about sir, on behalf of all of you and KSTA, I welcome you sir for chairing this session.
Good morning. I was introduced twice. Earlier it had happened. Anyway, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be chairing this session. KSTA is more like home because I have worked here for 7 years, and that makes me so much at home to be part of this conference. It's a very, very rewarding kind of opportunity for me to introduce Dr. Rajendra Prasad, who was who has been the Vice Chancellor of Agriculture University till recently. He did his BSc AG from Agriculture University, Bangalore, MSc AG from Dharwad, and then he has finished his PhD again from UAS, Bangalore, and he has done his PG diploma from Hyderabad, NAARM. Dr. Rajendra Prasad was Vice Chancellor, University of Agricultural Sciences, where he was a student once. He started his career as a research assistant in the University of Agricultural Sciences and subsequently served the National Seed Project distinction for 27 years in various capacities, such as Seed Research Officer, Special Officer Seeds. Dr. Prasad has been trained by internationally acclaimed institutions: International Agricultural Center, Netherlands, University of Philippines, and IAC and DOAE Seed Division, Chiang Mai, Thailand, and on advanced seed production, post-harvesting seed handling technology, and plant variety production. This has been an area which is so important to the field of agriculture that he has served in various capacities and virtually not left anything, and his contribution is that way highly praiseworthy. Also, he has been he has worked in the area of seed production, post-harvesting seed handling technology, and plant variety production, and he has more than 90 peer-reviewed full-length articles in research journals, something which is a very, very big number. 13 authored and edited books, 30 book chapters, 86 abstracts in proceedings of seminars and symposia, 32 technical bulletins or folders, and 28 project reports. Also, his achievements include developed seed production, DNA marker technology for seed purity testing in field and vegetable crops, implemented seed village program in 316 villages of 11 districts in Karnataka and 6 districts in Uttar Pradesh, benefiting 90,732 farmers. He has been responsible for implementing an innovative seed delivery system across the country by introduction of seed vending machines for 24/7 delivery of seeds. He has also been responsible for characterizing varieties, hybrids, parental lines of rice, about 160 varieties, sunflower 40 species, maize 95, in which in turn helps seed industry in seed quality assurance. He has also received several awards for his outstanding contribution. Dr. Kadaya Krishnamurthy National Award, Lifetime Achievement Award for Seed Science and Technology, Netherlands Government Fellowship, 12 Certificates of Merit, AIASA Harit Ratna Award, Kempegowda International Award, the Great Son of Karnataka Award, Sri Vaikyaramaya Krishna Vignani Award. Thank you, KSTA, for giving me this opportunity to talk of our speaker today. Sir, KSTA recognizes all this and receives you, and we request you to deliver the first lecture on this great occasion. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Oh, probably you're not taken good tea, huh? High tea. Okay. Anyway, good afternoon. Because some of the participants, I was told that students also. That's why I'm. Respected Chair, Dr. Nagaraj Saab. Actually, when they were introducing is from base, one of the beneficiaries is my son. So I used to take him from Hebbal to Gandhi Bazaar for his, training, coaching class for IIT, and also the other one at that time, that is GRE. So he got selected in, one of the institution, that is Karnataka. It is in Suratkal, NITK. So thank you, sir, for such kind of things has been given to many students. So that was one of the things. Still, many students are going. So thank you for big introductions here given. I don't know I deserve it or not. So respected participants, audience, and also my colleague Dr. Timmegoda, and also my Dr. Ramesh. He's the one who's called me here and requested me to give a talk on this groundwater and food security. I told whether it is related, because I am a seed science man basically. I can offer the lectures on seed science, but somehow based on my experience, I would like to share some of the things, how really groundwater is going to impact the food security. So what we have achieved today. Friends, I'll go with some slides. Not moving? Okay. Of course, if you talk about the agriculture and the food security, there are 4 factors which is really influence the agriculture. The one is the water, which we are discussing in this entire 3 days. And the second one is the solar energy and the air and the soil. These are all the 3 factors. The combinations of these we are going to grow, and this will have a photosynthesis which is going to synthesize into a food. So ultimately we are going to consume those food. So in case any one of the factor is missing, and you may not be able to achieve the food productivity, especially the water. So this is without water we cannot do anything. So water is the one which we are mostly concentrated. So come to the path taken, how we have proceeded and what is the resources we have in the country as far as the agriculture production is concerned. So we are blessed with a very good climate. You ask any crops in the country we can grow. That was the one of the advantage we have in the country. It is nowhere in the any of the country. That is the one thing which we have. We have the different agroclimatic zones. We can ask any crop, paddy, or even ask sugarcane, and the vegetable crops, cold crops, any kind of flowers which we can grow in the country. That is the advantage. Here, if you look at the other benefits what we have, oh, we should go back. Second one. This is the one, no? No, go back. Yeah. So here we have 143 million hectares cultivable lands we have. So that is the one advantage. So if you look at the, our dominance of the rainfed area, it is around 68%. That covers about 97 million hectares, which contributes almost 44% of our country's, food productions. So if you look at, in case there is no rain, what will be the impact on the food productivity? So this is the one. Then again, if you come to the other aspects, that is highly populated country. So now what we are producing in terms of the food, so it may not be sufficient if we go in the same directions. We have to have different activities and the actions to meet the, the population's, requirement of the food and other things. Today, our country is, going very fast in case of the population is concerned. Then come to the achievements. What we have made the achievements during the almost after the independence. During 1950s, we are all in the begging bowls. That means we used to, import the material, the food material, and supply to the people. That was the situation. If you look at the Green Revolution, which was taken somewhere in the month of, in the year 1960s, what happened? So we started growing high-yielding varieties and use of fertilizers. So many things has happened, especially on the major 2 crops, that is rice and the wheat. That is, where we got the, first in most of the cases. That is, in case of green revolutions, the food productions has been gone up. Then again, white revolutions. That is the, milk productions, what we are taking today, we are number 1 in the world. And also again yellow, that is oilseed productions, and also the blue, that is fish productions. These are all the areas where we have achieved tremendously, and we are all become self-sufficient and also exporting to the different neighboring countries. If you look at this, of course it has happened, but today results, almost the yield levels are stagnated, and in some cases it's coming down. That is one of the challenge. And area expansion exhausted. You see, look at this Bangalore itself. So in and around Bangalore, we used to see the lot of lands cultivating different crops, including the vegetables. Today, they have become the multi-story buildings and other things. That means what I wanted to say, the cultivable area is shrinking down, but at the same time, we have to achieve the highest the food productions. That is one of the constraints. If you look at this graph, how the food productions has been increased from 82 million tons to 315. Last year, we have produced 320 million tons of food productions. At the same time, even the vegetable productions, again, we are number 1 in the world, that is 330 million tons of the fruits and vegetables we are producing. So that is the kind of the achievement we have made. But is it enough today? No, because the ever-growing population is there. Our predictions by 50, 51, our total the requirement is around 450 million tons of food grains. So what is our preparedness? Because again, the water is one of the most important thing. Again, I'll come in the next slides how it is going down, but at the same time we have to increase. And what is our younger generation role and responsibility to safeguard this one? So come to the food security. Of course, probably you know what exactly the food security, but if you look at from the point of FAO, it is the food security exists when the people, all the people at all times have physical and economic access to the sufficient, safe and nutritious. This is most important now, because till today we are talking about only the food security, but now we are going for the nutritional security. Why I have to stress, we have to stress on the nutritional security, because I'll come in the next slide how the malnutrition with all this production, still malnutrition is there in the country. So again, over time, shift from the availability to access. So availability was there, but now access as the social and political dimensions for food insecurity have grown. Now, how the food insecurities have grown, I'll show in the next slide. And right to food, this was the first recognized in the UN declarations of rights of human rights in 1945. Of course, the formal adoption was come from the 1996. Of course, different levels at which food security can be analyzed. What are those places? That is global and regional, and national, and household and intra-household. These are all the areas where we have to. Again, I am linking this to the second SDG goal, that is zero hunger. So how we can achieve. Then if you look at the food security has increased over the last several years using the insecurity, of the prevalence of food insecurity indicators. If you look at here, you look at the overall scenario of the world. So this is the one where the severe food insecurity is this one. That means every year it is growing. Similarly, the moderate food insecurity is also growing. If you look at the Africa and the Latin America and the Caribbean, so the rate of the increase as far as the food insecurity is more because of the populations, because of the natural resources availability is limited. So this is the one. If you look at the North America and Europe, where you could see almost the curve is stagnated or stand, because the population is very low. So natural exploitation of the natural resources was not that much what we have seen in the other places. So come to I was talking, the nutritional concept and the facts which we are talking and we are very bothering. So malnutrition assess 1 in 3 persons. This is the one thing which, of course, 720 to 811 million people are hungry. That is day by day is increasing, and 2 billion people, that's micronutrient deficiency. Again, when you talk about the malnutrition, there are different kinds of the nutrition, maybe micronutrients or overweight or obesity. And especially if you look at this, figure, 22% under the 5 years of age, there is stunted growth. This is the most important thing where our challenge is how to address this one. Then, causes for food emergencies in developing countries. Why? What are the causes? Probably we also experience so many things like, flood, drought, and also the conflict and refugees and the economic problems, though it is available plenty, but we are not in a position to buy and eat. So there are other factors. If you look at all these things, the major one we could see the drought, because we are experiencing this one. So this is the major problem where the causes for the emergency in the most of the developing countries. So if you look at this food insecurity impacts, the largest in the poor and water scarce countries, here, see, look at this figure. India, 8.7 million people every year is adding as far as the hungry is concerned. That means we need to produce more nutritional food. So if you look at the other countries, you see so many things are there. When compared to other countries, except Africa, our country is in a danger stage. That is our responsibility and the challenge to address this issue. So all these things, I'm talking till now about the, what importance of the food security, how the total scenario is in the country as well as in the world. But the major problem, what we have to look into this, are all these problems, water is the one which is causing, all these factors. And that is the case, how we can address this one. So here, if you look at this one, the water is the one where our rainwater, so because of this, there is a hydrological cycle and the groundwater, which is going to be utilized for the agriculture, where there is a photosynthesis, translocations, heat exchange, transpiration rates, and also land preparations, microclimate, and the plant production. So with all these things, we are going to produce the sufficient food which is required for our hungry people. So now, so still with all these things, we are having 8.9% of world populations is still in the hungry. So that is a malnutrition. So what should be our activities? So why included deliberately this one? I was asking the Dr. Ramesh, who are all the participants? Then they said even students. So then I thought, let me add, because groundwater related to the food security, I wanted to give this definition. What exactly the definition of the groundwater? Groundwater is the water found underground in the cracks and crevices and spaces in soil and rock. It is a vital resource for many communities and the ecosystems. So this is the basic, the definition of the groundwater. Of course, the importance of this, from the point of agriculture as well as the food security, is a crucial source for the agriculture, particularly in arid and semi-arid regions, and it plays a significant role in ensuring the food security by providing irrigations to the crops and the livestock. So if you look at the role of water resources for food security and the nutrition, if you look at this, the natural water cycles is like this. When we get the water, so it is availability in terms of quality, quantity, and also the stability. When it is there, it will be distributed in the different formats, and means we are utilizing it. So for the drinking and the wash, it will be less, whereas in case of agriculture, starting from the food productions, food processing, and food preparations, the major contributions it go for this fresh water for this food security and the nutrition. Whereas the other the factors or the area where we are using the water is industry and the energy for the overall economic development of the country. So this is how the water cycles goes. So again, if you look at the global crop management, water management needs to focus on improving the productivity of rice, wheat, sugarcane, and maize. Why I have taken this example? Because these are all the crops which consume more water. have you heard of this one, you know? You are all eating rice. Do you have any idea for 1 kilo of rice? 1 kilo of rice production, how much water is going to be consumed? Any idea? Okay. Yeah. So 4,000 to 5,000 liters of water is consumed to produce 1 kilo of rice. So I request all my young generations, in the social functions, you are wasting the food, throwing so many rice. So please don't do that. Just imagine how much water is being utilized for producing so much. Not only the water, the efforts of the farming community, the farmer. So please, every time when I talk this one, I used to educate my younger generations. So you should not waste the food. So, so this is the one. Here you look at this, how the water consumption is there. So this is used by the rainwater. When the rainwater is not there, then we use our groundwater and for the irrigations. These are all the system. If you look at this up to this point, subtropical fruits, the water requirement, even in the underground water requirement, is slightly higher side. So when the rainwater is not there, we go for the surface irrigation is not sufficient, then we go for the underground water. So when it comes to the other grains, here we have the soybean, other grain seeds, it consumes less. So why I'm giving this one, see, we the research people would also think on how we can minimize the water intake for these crops, and we are doing research in Agriculture University and the ICR system. We are developing the varieties which consumes less water with the same yield potentiality and the quality attributes. So this is the one area where, so when we take some measures, so when the cropping system is the one which we have to focus, that's why I'm giving this background. So now come to the basic water facts. So what are the things? Probably you are aware. See, India has 18% of the world populations, but we have hardly 4% of the world's water resources. So that means how to address is one of the challenging for all of us. So if you look at the average annual water availability is 1,869 BCM, that is billion cubic meters. So here, when all this water may not be available for the utilizations. So only the availability of water utilizations is 1,123 BCM. So again in this, if you look at the division, the surface water 690 BCM. This means this is through the rainfall and other things. This is the amount of water is going to be collected. And groundwater, which we are talking today, is 433 BCM. So again this, but 433 BCM, we cannot utilize the entire water for the any purpose, whether agriculture, domestic, or for the industrial purpose. There is a restrictions because the availability of water is only for the irrigation is 222 BCM irrigations and 23 BCM for the domestic. This is for the agriculture, this is for this. Totally 45 BCM water is available for the total domestic as well as the agriculture. This is the situations. So now, how to protect this and how to utilize? So this water has to be utilized very judiciously for the food production. So now I wanted to give, this is one of the example for the rice. So sorry, not the rice, the number of borewells which were dug. See, during the almost 86, 87, 4 lakhs, 4.5 you say approximately. Now it is 12. So almost 2.5 times is more borewells and other things. What is the status of the water in the ground? And can we get the same water in now also? No. I'll tell you, I was in the Varanasi near one of the institution where I was the director, Indian Institute of Seed Science. I was there for 5 years. The moment I went there, there was some shortage of water. I went for the digging the borewell. We got the water, that is Ganga belt areas. We got the water. See, in about 130 feet, we got the full water. We don't use any machinery to dig the well. So manually we have done it, we got it. But at the same time, when I was leaving, almost 2016, I am about to leave the institution because of my tenure completed 5 years. So we need to dig the borewell because water table was low. And we gone there. and we are forced to get the borewell drill machine, and we went up to the 525 feet. So how many times it was more? Almost 4 times the depth, the water table has gone. Even there is a continuous flood. You know the Ganga Nalline ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ flood ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. With all those things, but the water table has gone down. So this is the status. Maybe same situation with the everywhere. Even if you look at the Kolar, even the Chikballapur areas, they go even up to 1,500 feet. So that is the situation today. That is government only. Which one? Yeah. Yes, that they have to take the permissions. Now earlier there was no permissions. They used to take. Even now also in the city, actually they have to take the permission, but now they are taking the bore wells even without the permission also. Unauthorized. Nobody is questioning. So in fact, you see, in GKVK itself, we wanted to go for the bore wells, I think. The government said, no, you should not go more than this. So we have stopped it. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I'll come to that, sir. Policy, I'll come to that. What should be our next action regarding to curtail all these things? Otherwise, we cannot control the, this digging, all those things that will really impact on our groundwater. Yes, madam. Okay. Okay, thank you. So probably at the end we can have interactions also. So this is the situation. Then what are the why we have to conserve the water? Already I given some hints. So higher water consumption. If you look at the rate, almost 82% we are consuming for the agriculture. Because of that, otherwise if you don't conserve, again it will reflect on the food productions. Again domestic, probably this year the Bangalore people have experienced so water they have given more than 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees per tank. So because of delay in the rainfall. So then again change rainfall distributions. So this is another, the climate change. You see last year and the previous year there was a heavy rain in the beginning, later part there was no rain. Again this year also we received the summer rains we have not received, I believe. So later part we have received. Because of this change in the climate, there is a change in the rainfall distributions. When that is the case, what is our preparedness to conserve the water? So then soil health deteriorations. So day by day, see the organic carbon should be around 0.75. It was there earlier. Now it has come down to 0.33, which is directly impact on the water holding capacity of the soil. Whatever the moisture which is coming, it should be absorbed and utilized properly. Otherwise, all the water will go as a runoff and it will not be utilized. Why it happened? Because we are exploited this soil maximum and all the organic carbon has gone down. So how to refill this organic carbon? That is one of the things which I will tell you how it is. Then increased water demand. Because of this, the increase in the temperature, evaporation, and also the area, so we need to have this, the demand for the water is more. So that's why we need to conserve. And water pollutions. Of course, this is the one area, the lot of pollutions are coming not only in the city area, even in the rural areas also, pollutions that which need to be. And why in these are all the reasons why we need to conserve the moisture. So sustainable groundwater management, how we can do it? So we have, I don't know whether we have this community managed projects. Here, this is one of the best thing which I have seen. I have gone through some of the literature. The community-based groundwater management invites, empower local communities to participate in the decision-making process regarding the water resources, allocations, and the utilizations. So again, These projects often involve the community members, local government and NGOs, organizations working together and to develop and implement suitable water management plans. This is the most important thing, I don't think, which is happening at present in many of the cases. So if it happens, so that we can decide how much water is to be released, how much water, what are the crops to be taken. So that way we can take a lot of decision, and so that we can use the water very judiciously and effectively. Then policies and regulations. Sir, this is one of the answer for you. So here effective policies, regulations are essential for sustainable groundwater management. So these measures can include water use permits, well construction standards, recharge programs, and monitoring programs. These are all the things which need be. You see, if you take the Israel as an example, so every farmer has got the meter, so that how much water is utilizing, and it will be recorded. So can we implement such things in some of the places where it is really required to avoid those things? So those things we have to. Then water conservation strategies. So here, so promoting water conservation measures, what are those? Efficient irrigation techniques like micro irrigations, so many things are there. I will show you some of the things. And leak detections and repair programs. See, some of the channels, there is a lot of water is going waste. So how to reduce? There's so many times a renovation of channels, so many things has happened, but still it is continuing. How effectively we do it, that is important. Then integrated water management. So this is one of the things, how it should be. Then strategy to augment water, groundwater and support food security. This is the one. Here we are conservation agriculture, agroforestry, redesigning of the cropping system, and the efficient water use. So how these four can be addressed? Because this is a cycle, this groundwater comes and goes. That I will not explain much. So when it comes to the conservation of agriculture, reduce tillage. In the sense, now if you reduce the tillage, what will happen? The stubbles and the materials are there. So when the water passes, it's going to be settled there, then there will be a lot of moisture conservation. There will not be a chance for the conservations. If you go for the tillage, there may be heavy rains comes, there is a provision for the erosion of the soil. This is the one thing. Crop rotations. Normally, crop rotation, it is not only for the conservation agriculture, that means we are also recommending for the pest management, and also to avoid intercultivations, weeds management, all those things which affects by the crop rotation. For instance, now we are growing paddy. Next season we should not grow the rice. We have to go for the pulse crops, where it is, regulate the soil health by 2-3 ways. One is, the formation of the nodules, where the nitrogen, the accumulation in the soil is going to be increased. So that way it's going to help. Then the cover crops. When you go for the cover crops, the plants are grown between each the crops to protect them from the evaporation of moisture, and also the weed controls. So this is called the conservation agriculture. Again, agroforestry. This is one we are also now developing a different models of agroforestry, especially for the small and the marginal farmers, because India is more than 80% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers, where we are promoting the integrated farming system, in which agroforestry is one of the important component where we are including. So here, so this is the one. Then benefits of water management. The trees of agricultural landscape can significantly enhance the water management practices. Trees help to improve the soil health. That is one thing, because a lot of the residues, the leaves and other things fall and decomposes. It tries to increase the the material, organic materials, and also some of the beneficial microbes are there. So that will really helps the soil, to have the good health. So redesigning the cropping system, this I mentioned how exactly you have to. The cropping zones, for example, most of the people, even with the advice from the agriculture university, KVKs and many people, they go for the rice using the borewell water. See, rice is the high water consumption crop. We always recommend, don't go for the rice under the borewell. Only canal irrigations are there, where you can grow, but not in the rice. But in some of the areas they are going, that cropping system has to be changed. Otherwise, a lot of the groundwater, it is going for the single crops. If you compare the resources and the productivity, it will not match. So we are losing more. Maybe we will get rice, but losing more natural resources, that will affect in the long run. Then again, area expanding geometrically outside the traditional areas in the low rainfall. Example, the adike. So this arecanut was grown in the Davanagere, some of the areas, coastal and other areas. Now, this side, even the plain where the dry zones are there, they started growing this by utilizing the groundwater, putting the drips and other things. That means same amount of water if you use for some other crops, you can fetch more, because this will take more water. At the same time, other nutrients and in the soils may get also exhausted. So that way you should change. Then soil test based material. See, now the government of India introduced the soil health card. So many things they have introduced, but nobody follows, because soil health card will, you test reports. For example, for the human being, for us, what we do, you go for the blood test, and they say these are all the things and these are all the nutrients you take. If it is vitamin D, you take this, like that they tell. So same way you should go for the, based on the soil test, we will give the recommendations. If the particular nutrient is deficient, you give. Otherwise, we will keep on feeding the NPK and other things. It is a waste. Not only the waste, it is at the same time, it reflects on the soil health. So that should be, changed. So this is the drought resilient crops. Of course, we have, from the university side, we are developing the drought resistant varieties. That means it consumes less water and sustain for long period even without water or the rainfall. So that we are developing and we are growing. This is one of the examples we have. Then efficient use of water. I told, so when we talk about the conservations, we are also thinking of using the efficient water. How? That is precision farming. So here we are going to use the water, the quantity which is required by the plant. So we quantify the water and use it. So similarly, irrigation techniques, I will tell you in the irrigation techniques. So this is micro irrigation system. If you look at the Kolar, and again I will take the example of Chikballapur. Anybody from Kolar, Chikballapur? Yeah. So there, they are using all this technology. We are talking about the Israel technology. Yes, Israel technology is similar to that. Most of the Israel technologies we are adopting, we are not calling as a Israel technology. But not in toto, partly we are using it. So this is how we are using. There is LRI, that means land resource inventory, where the irrigation schedule should be like that. Because we have the real picture of those soils, and you give and use the water so that we can save a lot of water, not only the water, even the nutrients also. So this is another method for the rice. We have developed different experimentations where we have SRI method and drip irrigations, and so that we can save the water. Almost 30 to 40% water.
Yes, very good. So that makes my job very easy, right? So since Dr. Ramesh suggested that I give a talk on use of space observations in groundwater, I agreed because this will give me a chance to read again the topic, which I had not read for many years. Remote sensing is for seeing something from distance, right? But in case of groundwater, you don't see groundwater. So obviously, you see other components of water cycle, right? You can see cloud, you can see rainfall, you can see surface water, but you don't see groundwater. So in case you are doing a water cycle, you know the other component and you have to assume or deduce groundwater. Otherwise, the distribution of groundwater can only be monitored at specific point, and it still has lot of gaps how to spatially fill. but remote sensing does have some advantage. We will slowly come to one by one the advantage. But in the end, the solution is going to be you have to use all types of observations and integrate them to study any phenomena in entirety. So that is the message one. The second important point is we are very, very heavily using groundwater, right? And it's a very important subject. That's why there is a Central Groundwater Board. So what does it talk about India's groundwater? I'll just summarize. I'll then raise the flag that it is the availability of the groundwater, it is the quality of the groundwater, and it is the decreasing depth at which the groundwater is available are the major challenges. This is in a total scenario of per capita reduction in the availability of water which is happening in India and which is compounded by the not year-round availability. As of now, I'm sure you would be watching TV and people running with buckets and pipes on water tankers in Delhi. Bangalore also saw it, I think, last month, something like this. So I'm going to just describe groundwater. Then I'll give you the background of remote sensing. So general remote sensing is used for what they say hydrogeology. It's slightly different from geological mapping or lithological mapping. It's geomorphology, more relevant for groundwater, right? Then I'll just introduce that remote sensing need not be from only space. You can use helicopter or aeroplane also. Then geospatial data integration is better done in GIS. Then last I will introduce to a mission called GRACE, which is a gravity measurement mission. What is its principle, what does it give, and what it tells about the groundwater. Then applications of GRACE and concluding remarks. This is in nutshell what I will cover in next 35 minutes or so. So basically groundwater can happen in confined and unconfined aquifers. So this is the latest Central Groundwater Yearbook. You can go to CGWB website and take a look. It talks of the three type of regimes: consolidated, unconsolidated, and hilly areas where there are fractures and groundwater seeps very rapid. And it also, the colors indicate the yield. What exactly is not there is the depth, right? But this is a very generic picture, right? It's a synthesized picture. You can't use it to drill a well, or you can't use it for your local management, but it does provide that, what is the status of the hydrogeological map and groundwater in India. The second important point is, how do you measure this? So there are about more than 16,000 dug wells, open wells, where they take 4 observations per year. There are piezometers, almost like 9,000 piezometers in India, 800 hand pumps, and then some springs also. They see how many days the springs are active. So other than the dug well and piezometer, others are indirectly trying to infer the groundwater. And you can see the location is also not fully uniform, but still at the end of the day, you can generally grossly regionalize and find out something about groundwater depth, specific yield, and the type of geology. Roughly you can do it at a scale called 1:250,000. From the same data set, you can easily then check the seasonal fluctuation. So during the monsoon, August, and then during the peak of the withdrawal phase, like January next year. You can roughly see the blue and green, which are the water availability less than 2 and 2 to 5 meter, how they decrease, right, from August 22 to January 23. So what it means, there is an annual seasonal cycle of groundwater accumulation and withdrawal. So we talked of spatial variability, we talked of observation system, and we talked of annual cycle, but it doesn't talk of whether this annual cycle is cyclic or whatever. Fine. We would not at the moment worry about that. Secondly, if you took previous decade average and this year, that tells you whether there are secular tendencies. Secular means with time. Whether with time the groundwater is going up or down. Most of the area it is going down, other than the bluish areas, right? And if you were to really see the distribution of the well with the pre-monsoon of the past 10 years versus that, you will see that there is a fall in around 3,600 wells of 0 to 2 meter, but more than 2 meters, some 900 wells, and more than 4 meter within 1 year, right? So average of 10 year versus last year, pre-monsoon 2012 to 21 mean minus the pre-monsoon of 22, this much decrease is happening, which should be pretty alarming, because for sustainable use the definition is we want to use it in such a way that we are able to leave the same amount of water to our children as we received, right? So the third point of the rapid decrease, which is spatially, not common, has also been now flagged. Now let us look at the remote sensing. So remote sensing can simply be defined, I am sure you all know, that where the object or the process is not in touch with the sensor. But depend upon the type of sensor and type of imaging, remote sensing itself is of the dozens of categories of remote sensing. You can have multispectral, right? So multispectral basically means that you have some broad band, right? 2 to 5, and you can create an image. Hyperspectral, you have continuous band, which can number between 200 to 400. So spectral bandwidth of the order of 10 nanometer or so. Or you can have radar. In case of radar, you will send a microwave signal, either X, C, L or P, and it will interact with the target and come back. So why it is called synthetic aperture radar? You send the signal, and when you move, you get the multiple return. Now in case of radar, one basic principle is the resolution of radar, right, is directly related to length of the antenna. Since you can't send a very big antenna of 100 meter in space, but if you send a signal and receive the signal as you move very fast, you can synthesize like a synthetic antenna of very long size. That's why it's called synthetic aperture radar. And with X band, you can even get 1 meter resolution, right? So the other is the thermal data. So in case of thermal data, you get the brightness temperature or the kinetic temperature. I'll show you one application. So I'll also show you application of SAR. Then there are atmospheric LIDAR. It is light detection and ranging. If you are in green or blue, you will see the particles in the dust and cloud particles in the atmosphere. If you use near infrared and above red, you will see the ground, which is called surface LIDAR. Any object which is not at absolute zero will have covalent bonds and the vibration. So that it will provide passive microwave temperature. You can get that. In case of radar altimetry, you use it over ocean to send a signal and get the mean state level, right? In limb sounding, you send a light or you measure the light through the atmosphere as the sun rises or sets. So you can know the vertical profile atmospheric chemistry of the gases. Then microwave ranging is what we will discuss for groundwater. So in case of microwave ranging, as you will see, it has two objects, right? And two objects, when they move following each other, they have perturbations due to various factors. We will discuss the GRACE mission. Of course, then you have scatterometry and passive vector. So we are going to use multispectral, radar, thermal, and microwave ranging, 4 different categories of sensors for groundwater. One more word about remote sensing. See, remote sensing is an applied science, right? So, but it is a data intensive science, because the sensor, once it is in space, it goes on collecting data, and it collects data over every point. So what we do is, if you have multi-platform and you have lot of sensors, some are indicated, you actually do data in petabytes. Currently it is in exabytes. So it's like a million times the petabyte, right? So, but what happens, this data is raw data. You convert it into a quantity. It can be land use, it can be sea surface temperature, right? It can be a map, it can be carbon dioxide, it can be carbon monoxide, it can be leaf area, it can be forest biomass. So basically, you reduce it, the data, by 1,000 to million times. But these scientific names have no value for society. So finally what you have to do is, you have to use these numbers and put them into a model which predicts something. Like if I have leaf area and a crop map, I put it into a crop yield model and say this is the likely yield. Then the society becomes interested. If yield is more, he has to find out where to sell. If yields are going to be less, government has to find way to import it, right? Now, this final product to action. So action is taken by either resource manager or the owner of the land and everybody. So when you move from information synthesis to access to knowledge or an actionable product, you basically have come down more than, the action basically is only in kilobytes for anything. And the data we started was in petabyte and exabyte. So this, the science of this processing involves computer, each subject, remote sensing, which you should all learn, because now we are moving into AI and machine learning, right? So I just thought this will interest you, how the, even when you have data, then you have information, then knowledge, and then wisdom, then you act with wisdom, right? So you have a simple DIKW model. Same way in the remote sensing also, you have the observations to geophysical products, to information and modeling, and actionable products. This is a list of some of the sensors, right? So it all started on July 28, 1972, with the launch of ERTS, Earth Resource Technology Satellite, later on renamed as Landsat. Then there have been a lot of missions, right? And we will use many of them. This is from a global data set, so it doesn't include the Indian data, but we have from 1988 onward the Indian sensors also, IRS 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. Later on Cartosat from 2005, right? And ResourceSat 2007, and then RISat from 2011, right? Okay. So it means the number is increasing, their complexity is increasing more and more. And interestingly, or maybe all of you know it, most of the now data is free, including from the Indian ISRO mission, except which is below 5 meter. So you can go to various websites and download the data and process them. So once now you know this much, then let us look at what do you do with optical data which will provide you information about groundwater. The first thing to do is to do it in terms of lithology and rock types. Primary or secondary porosity and permeability of that rock should be known. So it means what would be the rate at which the water will permeate through those rocks, and so that is the first part. The second is the geological structures like bedding traces, fractures, dikes, which indicate primary or secondary porosity and permeability or barrier for groundwater movement. So when you visually map them, you would really be able to know that where are the lineaments, which is the direction of the flow, are there some barriers, because on the upper side of the barrier is the best place to dig, right? Then another indicator are the geomorphic units or landforms, which are indicative of runoff and storage zones, right? You can here digital elevation model also helps. Then the drainage pattern, drainage density, texture, anomalies, right? They also help along with the actual map of the surface water body. So that is another indicator of this groundwater. Then the nature of streams. So what happens in hills, a stream can disappear, and then at the foothill, simply water will come. So the infiltration and exfiltration locations become known. So when you perhaps go to a Western Ghat or somewhere, you will see the stream can disappear also and foothill appear also, because the water is, underground it is flowing. Then digital elevation model, you can have stereo, you can have optical data and stereo, or you can have microwave data and have the interferometric stereo. Right? I will come to interferometry. Then moist soils, swampy and waterlogged areas, and presence of vegetation in dry climate also indicates a shallow water table, right? Then the land use, land cover. Obviously, if there is no canal and irrigated crop, there are ponds, wells, and availability of groundwater. That itself is indicative. Then the salt crust, they indicate the shallow water table and relatively high dissolved solid. So if the soil has become white, so it means the capillary rise is there, water is evaporating and leaving the salt at top of the soil. So roughly the inference is that very shallow water is available there. So you have the saline soil. So although groundwater is not seen, but you have so many indicators, right, by which you can infer. Now, if with this inference you do an observation of a well, or you do a geophysical survey, right, then you can make what are called, you can make a hydrogeology map, and from there you can create what is called a groundwater prospect map. In fact, the ISRO has done this work. First in late 80s, ISRO mapped entire India, in fact drought-prone districts at 250,000. Then under Rajiv Gandhi National Drinking Water Mission, whole nation was mapped at 50,000. Then it was done in various phases, phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in the phase 4, not only the mapping was done, but by taking twice the water quality, right? So to that water, a quality tag was also added, right? So prospect zone had the prospect, it also had the depth, likely yield, and quality. You understood? So this is a very simple explanation of use of space observations for ground. So how do you do it? You create a lithology map, you geomorphology map, hydrology map, structure map, base map, add all together. So experts, one expert is sitting here, Dr. Ganesh Raj, must have made some hundreds of maps. And then in current era, you can use a GIS and a mathematical model like a analytical hierarchy process or actual modeling to really make this composite map. Once you have the composite map, this map has 3 uses. One, you can, in fact 4, you can locate for a no source village. So Government of India defines a no source village if from the village within 3 kilometers they don't have a water availability. So in fact, the ISRO for all no source villages running into 70-80,000 plus, I don't recall the number, they actually identified top 2 or 3 sites where digging should be done. And I'll show you in the next slide, the success rate was around 90+%. Generally, the traditional method is you get a OJA or a water diviner. He comes with a white stick and moves, and then he dances, and then he says, here is the water, right? You pay him if water you get, otherwise you beat him if you don't get the water. So you have the option, right? But scientifically, it's not there. So not only you get potential zones for groundwater, you also get the potable drinking water by adding the quality. More important, since you have the hydrogeology structure, you can identify priority areas for recharge. Because your seminar here is for sustainable management, we need to enhance the recharge and reduce the runoff, right? So, in fact, the groundwater prospect, one way is to say a groundwater prospect is bad, people will use the map and extract water, but the same map also allows you to know where to build a recharge structure, so more water actually is retained. Okay. So this is a very small summary. With these maps, the number of wells drilled was almost like 250,000. Also, more than 12,000 recharge structure locations were also. Let us then take a real look at how does a prospect maps look like. So this is an area, a dry area, Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh. You can see the satellite picture. You can see the cropped area. So this the crop is all the pinkish. You can see the barren area. This is a scrub and natural vegetation, right? You can see these structures with small vegetation. So all these lineaments and everything is mapped to create based on fractures and entire interpretation the prospect, and also within that the hatching is telling you whether it is available near surface, middle or deep, right? And the yield also 2 to 400 or above that, or 100 liter per minute or less than 3-4 levels of yield is also there. So this is called a groundwater prospect map. So this is a skill and expertise and all information extraction based analysis. So as I explained to you, groundwater prospect mapping at 50,000 was done. So these potential maps, they were used for preparation of land and water resource management and utilization plan. Then for each block, you can actually make a sustainable plan. So you will know where you have to dig more farm ponds, where you have to put recharge structure, where for runoff you have to put barriers. So that each of that block or group of villages has access to water throughout the year. That is most important. More addition to that, you can also then know the areas where the water is good for domestic purpose or not, because in India, in large number of cases, fluoride increase, arsenic increase, right? Wherever plus in northeast where they do rat hole mining, and because of the effluent, the pH is going very much down. So we have more and more groundwater which is not potable. So adding a water quality to this map allows this decision to be made. Then identifying favorable areas for artificial recharge. So not only the location, the type of structure. So there is a range of structure interventions are possible, from pure infiltration to having an underground wall to a bigger tank. So various options are there. Engineering you can find out. You can have the spring and their discharge pattern, and you can enhance the alluvial fill zone for exploration. Plus for modeling, once you have the rocks and lithology and you are trying to model, you can use the transmissivity of each specific rock type to really do a groundwater model, right? So, but we won't go into the modeling system. I think in single one it will become heavy. Then I thought two very interesting things happen. How does groundwater interact with seawater? So when there is a rain, right, we all know rivers flow into the ocean, right? We also know along with the river there is a base flow, right? So base flow also goes into the ocean. Base flow is very difficult to measure. Runoff is measured by everybody. There is another third interesting point, that along the coast there are submarine groundwater discharge. Because of this pressure, this water which goes down also slowly seeps into the ocean. Now, how can there are two water. There is a sea water and there is this water. Can you distinguish? Obviously, you say no, but yes. Why? Because if you have used groundwater any time when you go to your village, you will find the groundwater is cooler generally. Even this groundwater which is going towards the ocean turns out to be cooler. In ocean, unless there is a upwelling, the SST actually keeps the near the coast water warmer. So this accession of cold water, you can locate such points, right, from the thermal data, right? And if you can know them, then these are the very good sources to continuously tap and get fresh water, because you anyway know near the coast it is very difficult to find a potable drinkable water, right? So this is one such study which is near Okha. They have done the analysis, shown the sea surface temperature. Then they have also, I think, done lot of field study to really validate, and also on this side dig and show that there is near surface water available. And as we were talking, we were saying that the growth of anomalous vegetation, right? So that green patch you see is also indicative, and it is not a salt-loving grass. It's a normal grass. So you obviously know that there is a water, right? So this is one part. Now, every picture has two sides. If you extract water, so what happens? You develop a negative pressure and you create an opportunity for the saline water to intrude, right? So you have to do everything with care. So generally what would happen, if you put up a pumping well and take water near the coast, right, there is going to be a pressure difference and sea water is going to intrude. It is very difficult to see the sea water intruding, but if you were to do land cover or land use mapping, you will find within 5 to 10 years that area has turned saline. The type of vegetation has changed. There is salt encrustation on top. So which is a very, very clear indication that the salt has intruded. Otherwise, you can, in a GIS, spatially model the vulnerability. I didn't put satellite picture, but even Odisha, but Andhra and Gujarat, many such places, intrusion has happened. There, the wrong land use, including the aquaculture, compounds the problem. Right? But okay. So let us leave it at this place. There is something very interesting thing also happens. Even in the otherwise normal land, if you were to go on taking water, because of the weight, the land will, subsidence will happen. Generally not noticeable, but suppose you are in an urban area. So we had done a study, this was done by our colleague, Dr. Rajat Chatterjee at Dehradun. So what was done was, now let us say, I'll explain to you the basic principle. When you take optical data, sunlight falls on the object and you get a reflectance. You measure it as a radiance. Radiance is a solid angle light coming from target to the sensor. That's radiance. We also talked of SAR. In the case of SAR, we said you send a microwave signal, X, C, L or P. So you have 2 to 5 or 8 centimeter wavelength. Once you send the signal, right? So the signal will interact. The microwave interacts in 3 ways. One, it has a surface roughness, which is a function of wavelength and the roughness of the top. 2, it has a dielectric effect, because between dry and wet phase, there is a huge difference in how the electromagnetic radiation will interact with H2 molecules. Third, there is a volume scattering. In the sense, if the light is coming and you have oriented leaf, it will get reflected, then again it will get reflected. So from an entire volume, the reflection, that's called the volume scattering, total backscatter, and volume scattering interacts with water droplet. So generally what will happen, most of the time you are looking at energy. But if you don't look at the energy, you look, so you know the wave, right? So wave is like a curve. So from here it goes down, comes up, and then goes down and again come here. So in 2 cycles you get a wave. Now if you just find out when you receive it, what is the phase of the wave, whether it is below or above. Now the 2 adjoining points, right, which are next to each other, which have the same elevation, should only have the wave difference due to the angle from spacecraft to the ground. We exactly know, as per the incidence angle, right, how much the wave difference should be there. And we can also correct for the digital elevation model. Now between now and 6 months, 1 year, if the phase angle has changed, right? So what you do, you convert the return into phase image, then what we call, you unwrap the phase. It means you find out zones where there is a 1-1 wavelength difference. Now this 1-1 wave difference against 5 years or 10 years will actually tell you whether the land has moved even at a centimeter scale. So here we are able to detect 4 to 5 5 to 6.5 millimeter per year, and the locations in Calcutta. Of course, this work was published in 2006. Now there are dozens of paper on this, whether it is Lucknow, whether it is Calcutta, Delhi. The dangerous part of this subsidence is, you know, we are very happily building this, our metros. Now, if a zone crosses a metro track of 5 millimeter, you can roughly see the amount of thing you are going to do. So this is a very, very serious geohazard. Now let us look at another interesting problem. Can we really directly measure the vertical structure of the groundwater? So yes, using airborne electromagnetic. So what you do is, you take a helicopter, you take a coil and pass a current, right? So that will create a magnetic field. Now this magnetic field will interact. So the good thing about gravity and magnetic field and force field is, like optical light is closed by, let us say, cloud. Microwave is controlled by a penetration, right? So depending upon the water, you will have 1 centimeter, or if it is dry, 1 meter. But the force fields are not affected by such structures. So the force field travels across the object, whether it is gravity or magnetic. So this magnetic will go down. Now once this magnet goes down and it interacts with moving water, what it is going to do is, it is going to set up current, and these eddies, you can have that Faraday right hand principle apply, and it will create its own magnetic field. So this induced magnetic field is actually measured again by the measuring coil. So the coil has two purposes. It has a purpose to pass current and force a magnetic field. It also is used as a measuring coil to measure the secondary induced magnetic field, and from there you infer the depth and other characteristics of this. More importantly, what we looked at was, like, if you have this, you need a well log, you need geology, you need measuring of the well depth. You require so many, observations, including the vertical structure. So now there are specialized codes, geographic information system, including the open source, where you can keep on adding this and model and create the management plans. That now brings us that we go to the second field. I explained the AEM, the magnetic field. Now let us look at gravity as a field. Gravity we don't feel because we are under the stronger Earth's gravity. But if you were able to measure in milligal the gravity, so the GRACE uses accelerometer, right? Our mobile also has an accelerometer. I'm not sure, have you installed the STEP app or walking app? So basically it uses your accelerometer and then converts it into the number of steps and tells you how much kilometer you have walked, how much energy you have spent. Now, in this case, what happens? This red line is the path of the satellite. The satellite then, it has two mass of something like 250 kg each. So there is a front satellite, heavy, and there is a... Now, the second satellite sends a very accurate microwave ranging beam, which is on the reflector of the first satellite. So you measure the distance to a millionth of a meter, right? So you measure it in microns. So if the first satellite, which is moving very fast, generally they move at 7 to 8 kilometers a second. If it gets more gravity, it will get attracted. It means it accelerates, right? So the second satellite will see an increase in the distance. And if the gravity then reduces, by that time this would come to that and you will have an inverse. So what you are going to have? You are going to have the anomaly in the gravity. Now you accumulate 1, 3, 30 day and then you create an anomaly map. You put lot of nonlinear and geophysical filtering to get static gravity and remove the seasonally and variable gravity, right? Then from this, the seasonally unchanging is the groundwater. The changing one can be flood, snow, and less than 7-day variable can be the water vapor in the cloud and even lot of other things. So this challenge is, how do you resolve numerically without boundary unknown signal, which basically can be like this? Because you are at 350 kilometer, you are seeing clouds, you are seeing rain rates, you are seeing soil moisture, you are seeing lake, ocean, you are seeing the snow and ice, and you are also looking at this entire rock structure and its density. All that contributes to the gravity. So from this gravity, you really need advanced processing to get a gravity anomaly. And in the gravity anomaly, if I do hydrological model and put these terms of soil moisture, this runoff and evapotranspiration and the humidity and rain rate through what is called GLDAS, Global Land Data Assimilation System, then I can get what is called terrestrial water storage, TWS. And the changes in the TWS tell me what is happening to now. It's a very elegant way, complicated but elegant. So finally, basically, it consists of the gray satellite, and then you otherwise have surface water, soil moisture, snow water equivalent from passive microwave, right? And groundwater storage. Now these terms you actually put it into a GLDAS system, land surface model, like community land model or the NOAA or the variable infiltration capacity, WIC model, which is like a hydrology model. Then you get these anomalies. So you get the GWS storage into the total and SW, delta SM and delta SWE. From this trend, you get an anomaly, which then you will be able to do after filtering and putting a spatial filter, because you have to convert because satellite is continuously moving, time tag to geolocate and to the force field. Once you do this type of correction, you will be able to create what is put here as a groundwater storage profile. Generally, this would be 200 to 300 kilometer radius, but continuous, and it is one of the most novel and interesting way. Now there are hundreds of studies which are there, which are all listed, where the GRACE has been able to detect from 20 millimeter reduction per year to 20 centimeter. In fact, in northwest India is losing heavily, Punjab, Haryana, etc. and some parts of peninsular India, there is an increase in the water. Right? So we will not go further. The other part, of course, is you can add to GRACE the optical and SAR data and get the complementary information. Because two things are happening. This compaction we also talked of. Compaction changes density and it also changes the gravity field, right? So theoretically then you can do. It's a very interesting work. All of the students who are interested in data science, geophysics and physics, everything is open and free available, from codes to data to do, and you have very nice, I'm sure, powerful laptop. Try this. I just wanted to end that it is possible from space to look at the basin and sub-basin level, put them in terms of their location, and also look at the recharge or change. Now this becomes a very important complementary information to the well observations which we started the traditional way of measuring groundwater. Thank you very much. My time is up. I'll stop now. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be happy to listen to your questions. I may not necessarily have the answer. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We both belong to same subject. I am a botanist also. So, sorry. Yeah, regular feature. It's a regular feature. It's a regular feature. You can use a mic so your friends will also know the question what is being asked. So can you can use this? I have collar mic. You can there. So, two general principles. It is the current strength and the sensitivity. If you have sensitivity in 2 to 4 milligauss, maybe 50 meter below or even more, you would be able to do. So the vertical structure of the water is very routinely done through the airborne electromagnetics. Yeah, so what happens, the drag comes from the particles in the free space. The space radiation which actually falls on the satellite creates a additional pressure, right? Not the drag. So nearer you are to Earth, you have a quadratic rise in such type of pressure. So if you are at, let us say, traditionally 750 to 900 kilometer, very less particle density. But here, these are put at 350 kilometer. The whole idea is that accelerometer has to measure the gravity anomaly. Because it is a sphere, and as you move away, the amount of magnetic anomaly will be so small that your sensor will not be detected. So it is brought at 350. So what is done is, you every sort of full cycle of 14 or day or so, you slightly have to do what is called orbit keeping. You fire something and again raise the height of the mission. Otherwise in 6 months, 8 months, it will fall back to the Earth, right? So there is a penalty in terms of the propulsion for the 350 kilometer orbit. But here the purpose was to be able to measure the gravity anomaly through the accelerometer at that point. Okay. Okay, so right, I'll sort of, put a word of caution. There, not many studies on microbes, groundwater is done, right? And I also not an expert in the field, but the most of the studies which are done are related to one where the less groundwater exposes the rock and it oxidizes arsenic and fluoride, which has the contamination. The second one is those places where which have a concentration of things like tanneries, or where they dye lot of clothes and use heavy metal, right? So there what happens, this goes on to stream and through infiltration effect. Now this is not done by remote sensing, but it is done by GIS through a process called non-point pollution source and point pollution source. So you can set up a simple model of groundwater. There are a couple of things like topo model, etc. So land is divided into grid and vertically, and you have simple flow equation. So if you have a permeability rate, after a set of cycle you compute how much of this metal will accumulate where. And in a setup, you have to set up the boundary condition, in the sense, if you have a small area and river flowing by, so river is the pressure point and you have another some structure here. So within that you will know. At best you can run the model and say, here it is likely to accumulate and here that is the concentration. But you will have to then measure and validate the result of your model. Model itself doesn't validate. What you tell, it will compute, right? So you must be able to, at some stage, 6 months or whatever, or depth or distance, measure and say that my model is calibrated. And remote sensing will not give you contamination. It can give you lithology. You can also have the vertical structure. You can add the logs and infer, but direct remote sensing. policy making. But I know if you go to Bhuvan website, lot of process images are there. I do not, I'm not aware. Since 2021 and the last year's revised policy, all data above 5 meter is freely available. No, map is something else. Somebody may have paid for the map. So them. No, because that is microwave DEM SRTM if you are talking of. Carto DEM 25 meter is available for download. I think it is available.
And second thing, with respect to all kinds of modeling, we are quantitative modeling. Real time, probably real time changes are not taken into aspects because what we consider geology, geomorphology, and still features we keep it as constant. After constant, moreover, there are parameters which will come into research. Probably higher quality is putting a higher degree blocking the main. So why are these not considered? I mean, it's not only about the groundwater modeling. You spoke today. Most of the groundwater modeling aspects or modeling applications that are available now. I'm not talking about real-time aspects with respect to groundwater. Quantitative, yes, there is a lot. We all know with the amount of city development, urban development that is happening, the amount of utilization has gone down. But these parameters we never take into consideration when we are doing groundwater modeling. Probably, yes, in large scale, it is at a city or probably at a state level, it doesn't matter. But when we are talking about basic infrastructure providing water at village level, things which are today might not be there tomorrow, we are not considering that for the parameter.
Yeah, so it's for the investigator to be sensitive to what you have said, and the satellite will give you the information. If a new pond is there, if a new well is dug, or if a road has come, right? Within a week you will have a picture. So it's basically whether somebody took the pain enough to put it into that or decided I'll do it next year. So this technology doesn't tell you not to put. It is a human decision, the analyst decision to put. So I can.
And
Yeah, GRACE will capture. GRACE gives a integrated amount. You will require a vertical heliborne or some other structure, or the CGW is now doing what is called National Aquifer Mapping, which is a 3D aquifer mapping, which finds at what level the water basically is there. So that additional information has to be brought in situ to account for it. Yeah, I think expert Dr. Ganesh Raj is there. Yeah. 300 kilometers. is accounted for. Na? See, terrains are much more stable than the water level. That also is, that's what I explained to you. There is a static gravity, there is a variable gravity, and there is a filtered seasonal gravity. One block diagram which I showed to you, those are filtered to get what are called monthly anomalies. So the sub-monthly, these minor variation, including the amount of soil moisture. Soil moisture has a half-life of 3 to 4 days. No? Either it will go down or evaporate. So all of them actually are corrected. That is why you don't directly use the data. You put it into GLDAS, which is like a numerical weather prediction model of land surface, global land data assimilation system. No, gravimeter will simply give you a mixed signal. It will not solve the problem. Because you'll have to take gravity meter every 10 days. Which one? Oh, that is the prospect map, not the GLDAS. See what happens. Dr. Ganesh Raj will also explain to you. You need the vertical structure of the rocks. You take log. Now you get some sort of formations, their thickness and their characteristics here. You get 2 kilometers away and do. You don't know which one ends where and from where the new one starts. But when you will dig a well, you will dig a well somewhere in between. So if there is a unconsolidated and water bearing here, it may not, after 50 meters, it may simply not be there. Because it is a underground, undefined structure. You are only, so same elephant and 4 blind men problem. It is that status.
So thank you very much, sir, for your very much interesting lecture on the space observation for groundwater studies. So I request Ganesh Raj sir to please present a flower pot as a token of respect. And also request Ganesh Raj sir to present a flower pot to Dr. H. Rajasab sir as a token of respect. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this session, and thank you very much, sir, for giving this wonderful lecture. And we have 15 minutes tea break now. Please have a tea and come back as early as possible for the next session. And one more request, those who are presenting their abstract, Lavanya Egde and Manjunatha Haren and Tejas K and Manasar, Nishant J and Pushpa K, please contact Mr. Umesh Gatki at the reception. products from chia and quinoa, dietary diversification for iron and vitamin A enhancement through Nutriforms, organic foods, etc. Madam also collaborator for sugarcane variety 8379, rice variety KRH4 and ragi variety MR60 for releasing of these varieties. And tea technologies commercialized, liquid jaggery making, jackfruit rind based products. Madam also got 3 patents for our gluten free protein mix, and also Madam involved in community engagement, providing technical support and technology for establishing 4 food processing units at village level of southern Karnataka, also extending her technical guidance to 40 entrepreneurs. So Madam also published 4 books, 68 research papers, several folders, and attended international and national level conferences in abroad and also in India, serving as a member of GI Registry, Patent Office, Government of India and other scientific bodies. Madam also got several awards. Few of them are gold medal for PhD, received state award Best Program Officer NSS National Service Scheme, Government of Karnataka, Best Women Scientist Award during 107 Indian Science Congress held at University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore during 2020, and recognition from All India Radio on March 8, 2020 as Women Achievers of Karnataka, and a live program in the eve of International Women's Day. Best Women Scientist Award from Karnataka Science Congress during 2010, Best Agricultural Scientist Award for the year 2011 by Rotary Club Bangalore, and Best Paper Award for 4 papers in international and national conferences, and also got Best Poster Award in Indo-Belgium Food for Health Conference during 2013. With this brief introduction about Usha Madam, on behalf of KST and my own behalf and all of you, RT welcome you Madam for chairing this session. I request Raghunath Reddy sir to please present a bouquet to Madam. So please I request Madam to introduce Nagesh Kumar sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. I think audience may be, wondering how food science and nutrition and resilience with the water management. Okay, food is the basic necessity of man or any living organism. That means to say we have to be healthy. Is the water has got any role to play make us healthier? Yes. If I will just take 2-3 minutes. That's it. It's a world burden, mainly supplying a quality water, pure water is a major challenge now world is facing, because 97% of the drinking water or fresh water requirement comes from the groundwater. So we are hearing much of the problems, mainly one of the example I want to quote here is diarrheal issue. So there is 3.7 deaths, okay, which is the 6th major death concern factor, which is contributing for the deaths of women, vulnerable population, as well as children suffering with the diarrhea, which is mainly because of contaminated water. Because already I said, groundwater is one of the richest source or the major source for fresh drinking water. That's how we need to have lot of a mindset, as well as we have to arrive at saving the groundwater. So in that, we, in different friend circle, we have taken one initiation. I don't know, probably each one of you must be having your own initiation. Half glass full. Half glass full is one of the initiation which we have taken. Whenever we go to restaurants, for example, that person, or even in the meals, wherever common meals we are taking, we don't look at the glasses which are being filled with the water. Even the drinking water bottles are being given now. So we hardly take 50 ml, 100 ml maximum in the bottle of 1 liter or half a liter. And we don't have a courtesy to carry that bottle. Most of the time we think it's a prestigious issue. My friends, it's our responsibility to save the groundwater safe, because most of the time it's being contaminated with the heavy metals, because I'm presently working with one Indo-German project on groundwater quality as well as changes in the life cycle of urban, semi-urban and rural population. Presently I'm working as a principal investigator. So in that concept of half glass full, whenever the waiter or the supplier comes to your table, this is my just request, please ask the fellow to fill half of the glass, not the full glass. Probably after completing that half glass water, we can ask him to serve some more water. But unfortunately, we are not paying our attention towards that glass of water. So saving water or making it climate resilient or water resilient initiation should begin from our households. It should become one of the basic education from the house itself. Okay, so after, you should feel that half glass is a full glass. Definitely, it's our mindset. So with that note of thing, and also disease burden we need to reduce. So most of the disease burden now is because lack of availability of safe water one side, and not taking good amount of water is another concern growing parallelly with the youngsters, because there are a lot of youngsters are here. They will not take water because they have to visit the restrooms very oftenly. Okay, and some of the restrooms there is no proper water supply. These are the real concern today's world, since I deal with the public health nutrition. So with this small background, I think from today only let us take a vote that let us carry the leftover water bottles with us, and also ask the person, whoever is giving water to us, to fill half a glass. We'll just consider in the mind that it is full glass. Let us finish that water. Then we can definitely request for full glass of water. This was the initiation taken by one of the youngster in our own friend circle. She's being regarded as youth leader award in the international forum. So this is the one smallest initiation. I think let us all of us make it. Now I'm eager to hear from sir now. Sir has got a beautiful biodata. It's my honor to present sir in front of you people. Dr. D. Nagesh Kumar received his PhD degree from Department of Civil Engineering, because they have a lot of contribution in saving the water, including the check dams, including building the all dams or the water reservoirs, whatever we are having. Their contribution is just, we can't even express in words. He is graduated from his doctoral degree from Indian Institute of Science in the year 1992. He has been the professor with the Department of Civil Engineering IISc since May 2002. He is a fellow of Indian Academy of Science, Bangalore. He was holding the Professor Satish Dhawan chair professor position during the year 2018 to 21. He was the former chairman, Center for Earth Sciences, IISc, during 2014 to 20. Earlier, he was with the IIT Kharagpur, India, then the National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad, and he was a Boys Cast Fellowship with the Utah Water Resource Laboratory, Utah University, Logan, UT, USA, in the year 1999, and visiting professor EMSC, Saint Estienne, France, in the year 2012. His research interest includes climate hydrology, climate change, water resource management, deep learning. Now we are learning this subject, but has already mastered over deep learning. Then evolutionary algorithms, fuzzy logic, MCDM, and remote sensing, as well as GIS application in water resource engineering. And he has supervised more than 10 postdoc students and 22 PhDs, and he has penned 8 books and published more than 220 papers, including 131 papers in the peer-reviewed journals. That is a prestigious thing actually for academicians and people who are in research field. He has received funding support of more than 35 crores from different funding agencies. He is editor-in-chief for Journal of Water and Climate Change. Iowa Publishing, UK, and Associate Editor for ASCE, Journal of Hydrologic Engineering. He is the recipient of IBM Faculty Award for his outstanding contribution in modeling the hydrologic extremes using microwave remote sensing. So here is a brief, very, very brief biodata of Dr. Nagesh Kumar, sir. So we are honored to have you, sir. I would like to. Okay. So I would like to request Dr. Lokesh, sir, to welcome Dr. Nagesh Kumar, sir. Thank you for patient hearing. Let us have a wonderful talk from Nagesh Kumar, sir, and let us decide from the day one of our conference to save groundwater, to save the humanity. Thank you one and all.
Good evening to all of you, and special thanks to Dr. Visha Ravindran for her wonderful advice about saving the water. Every drop that we save is twice the water that we generate with a lot of difficulty. So it's really appreciable, and thank you for going through my boring CV and giving all those details. I'm happy to be here, and I always feel prestigious or privileged to come to KSTA and talk. I don't know how many times I have done that before. Whenever Dr. Ramesh calls, I generally agree and come here if I am in station. So today what I will do is I'll try to talk to you about climate change and its impact on water resources of a river basin. While I am about to do that, I must acknowledge the people who have worked with me to present what I am presenting today. This one, Dr. Anandi, she did her PhD with me, and right now she is working as associate professor in University of Florida, A&M University, USA. And Srinivas is co-supervisor for her. And in 2002, when we started learning about what is climate change and how we try to model or understand climate, we try to interact with Professor Ravi Nanjundaya, who was also former director for Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, presently and continuing to be professor in CAOS. So with the due acknowledgements to them, I'll try to present, and last few slides that I'll be presenting about groundwater, that work was done by one of my former postdocs, Dr. Rashmi Devi, and she is now working as a faculty in BMS College of Engineering. So what we will do, I did not really go through the contents of today's presentation, today's program. So if it is some kind of repetition, please bear with me. I'll try to start with what is climate change, okay, and how do we quantify the climate change, and how do we try to utilize something that we learn from climate change to see its impact on water resource of a river basin, and then quantify its impact on various parameters that are typically called as causative variables for runoff or stream flow, and finally stream flow itself, and last few slides based on this conference theme about groundwater. So that's the way this presentation is going to be. We'll briefly talk about climate change, that is basically what we call as IPCC scenarios, and then when it comes to hydrology, even at a river basin scale, we need to downscale them, and I'll explain why we need to do and how we can do. Then I'll try to downscale some of the hydroclimatological variables that are typically needed for assessing the water sources of a given basin. I will not be going through the details, but I will briefly try to say how these three tools, remote sensing, GIS, and DEM, are used to do some aspects related to hydrology. And then I try to put all of them into one conceptual model, physically based distributed model called SWAT. And with that, I'll try to make stream flow projections. And I'll try to illustrate most of it with one case study that is one of my favorite case studies that I have been working on from 1987 onwards. Malaprabha River Basin in Krishna River Basin. Okay, so that's what I'll try to do as far as this presentation is concerned. I'm hoping that I have about 50 minutes or less. So you can stop me whenever you want to go home, okay? Because I know that I am standing between you and your departure. Okay, so if we want to talk about climate change, one of the most important driving forces is the technology itself or energy consumption. So if you try to look at some of these points that are written here, you know, the driving forces: population growth, economy, technology, energy consumption, and change in land use, land cover, mainly agriculture. Okay, so if these are some of the driving forces which are going to change the climate, that we have been, all of them are getting influenced by mostly anthropogenic and human induced. And if that happens, because of that, there is going to be change. And that change is, you know, driven by various ways in which we can try to ascertain what may happen in the future. One possibility is that, you know, we try to look at from the global scale, at the global point of view, what is going to happen. Or sometimes we may have to look at the regional scale and what is going to happen, and what is going to happen in terms of economics, because this is the place where developed countries and developing countries keep on fighting every time there is a meeting. They are called actually IPCC meetings, etc. And the most recent one was in Paris. That Paris has become notorious and also famous for different reasons. That's the place where Donald Trump has walked out. Okay, and that's the same place where our Prime Minister Modi has committed that we will do this. So we have a target as far as Indian approach towards addressing the climate change is concerned. Now, the fourth one, and the most important, is about environmental. So these driving forces are going to make these changes depending on how the development is going to take place. Is it having uniform development across the globe, or it is going to be regional development across different locations, like developed versus developing countries, etc. That would decide what will be the future. So to understand or try to quantify what is going to happen in the future, we try to call them as if you are telling your child some story. Okay, so these are called basically storylines. So if we try to follow this path, then this is called A1 storyline, this is called A2 storyline, B1 storyline, B2 storyline. What is happening here? This is mostly, if you talk about B1, it is global and environmental. If you look at this, regional and environmental, like that. That's the way we try to talk about these story lines. Now, they're all, of course, divided, and they are all decided based on some of these major factors that are trying to influence in terms of the driving forces. Now, if you try to look at what is likely to happen, okay, and why we should be worried about it from water resource point of view is, first of all, why do we need to understand climate? It has direct or indirect impact on hydrology. It creates huge amount of non-stationarity, which is something that is fundamentally assumed as stationary. So things are going to change in time in dynamic manner. That would be a serious problem, and that is one thing that has to be addressed. Then it has the power to change the socio-economic status of any country, and for many countries. You know, like America may consider itself as one of the most developed countries, but because of climate change, it has been witnessing some of the worst disasters that it would never have imagined. The most important being in the West Coast, the kind of forest fire that they are trying to get. It is more frequent and more alarming than what it used to happen earlier. That's because of climate change. And Katrina, that famous event, or any other major flood events in Florida, they are all again due to climate change. So no country is spared by nature. Okay. And what does a hydrologist need to do for this? You know, we need to understand the impact on hydrology in terms of precipitation, or in terms of rainfall runoff process, water resource management. One of the major controversies that goes on about precipitation is the kind of snow melt or glaciers that are retreating. Okay. There are so many studies which are slightly contradicting also, and they try to talk about the climate change impact on glacier retreat. And how to deal with non-stationarity, that's a big issue. It's still a lot of work is going on, and how to be prepared for the change scenario. Now, in terms of assessing this climate change, we try to look at it from two aspects, one at the river basin scale, and for that we try to do some hydrologic modeling and other things to explain or assess the water resources. But what is more important nowadays is also to look at them at a very small scale, like an urban setup. And the most prominent thing that is going to happen because of this climate change is that urban heat island effect. Typically, like in Bangalore in summer, if it is very hot, after 35 degrees Celsius, you can expect rainfall in the evening. That's mainly because of urban heat island effect and due to convective precipitation. Now, when such things are happening, our interest here is to look at these scenarios, and as I told you, these scenarios are also popularly known as storylines. Okay? And these storylines are agreed upon. First of all, this is a big deal to agree upon, and that is agreed upon by United Nations. All members of the United Nations are part of this IPCC called Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Okay? And that tries to agree on the storylines. Like I told you, these are the 4 parts that we try to look at and try to come up with storylines. I'll explain one storyline to drive that point home. You can understand others. For example, A1 storyline is based on a couple of assumptions or 3 assumptions. What it says to say is that future world of very rapid economic growth, entire world, okay, and global population that peaks in mid-century and declines thereafter, which is a wishful thinking. It may not happen, but that's the scenario that we are looking at. And then rapid introduction of new and more efficient technologies, especially the alternate energy resources like wind power, solar power, etc., when compared to fossil fuel consumption like thermal power. So that is one storyline. Like that, we have different storylines that are available, A1, A2, then we also have B1, B2. Don't have to go through the details of it, but these are all basically 4 different ways of looking at how things are going to happen into the future. Now, what is important is that for any storyline, the entire IPCC, you don't see any agreement on any issue in a UN normally, okay? You can see for Ukraine war or for anything, generally it won't happen, right? So entire IPCC has to agree and say that these are the main storylines that we have to adhere to, and based on that, talk about what is going to happen in the future. IPCC itself will not do any research. What it will do is it will collate the research that is happening, and based on that, it tries to come up with this kind of broad conclusions for all the nations. Now, based on this, there are many storylines that are developed. Among them, A1 is more likely, and that was further divided into 3 possible storylines, which talks about if you have fossil fuel intensive utilization, like what is happening with China especially. They are still developing a lot of thermal power resources, and balance between fossil and non-fossil fuel, or T, that is completely non-traditional ways of energy generation. Okay. So each one of them, as you can imagine, will have different impacts. What is to be done for any of these storylines is that we try to have one initial condition and the final end condition. So initial condition is as on 1990, whatever may be the emission levels that we have in terms of greenhouse gases or temperature that we had at the time, that as one initial condition, and final condition, what is going to happen by the end of 2100. Okay. By the end of 2100, one possibility is that there will be about 1 to 3.5 degrees Celsius increase globally by 2100. That is, could be one boundary condition. The other one could be that CO2 may double from 1990. So these are the 2 possible boundary conditions that were fixed, and based on that, we try to see how we approach this portion from here, from our bottom line, our benchmark point in 1990, pre-industrial era. Okay, so here we can try to see how these things are happening, and as you can see, there is a huge amount of width that is shown here in terms of global carbon dioxide emission. Why it is happening? It is because of the path that we are taking. Depending on which storyline we try to follow, we'll have some amount of future climate impact that is going to happen. Now, for each one of them, like A1, A1B, etc., all of them, you can see what is the width that is offered in the vertical level. For example, A1T, this much, A1B, this much. This is the projected range from here to here. That uncertainty is accounted for. In the same way, if you look at A2, there's a large bandwidth. Okay? In that width, anywhere you may reach by the end of 2100. So these initial and boundary conditions, initial and final conditions, would be used to talk about how the climate is going to vary in these 100 years. And to do that, what we do typically is we try to develop this climate scenario developments, and we try to model them using what we call as general circulation models. These general circulation models are, if they sound Greek and Latin to you, they are also Greek and Latin to me also. Okay, what we mean is that if you take this entire globe, and it has 360 degrees, so divide this into 1 degree like that, and also divide it vertically. So for every 1 degree by 1 degree grid box of the globe or a sphere, we try to assess what is going to happen at that grid box. Okay, so that's what we try to do, and for that we have to run what we call as general circulation models. They try to preserve all the basic principles of thermodynamics, principles of conservation of mass, etc. And idea is that I think most of you know that if you are receiving some precipitation or rainfall today in Bangalore city, okay, that drop of water might have come all the way from Pacific Ocean, right? I hope you know that, okay? And the water vapor that is getting transported from that far and reaching here through monsoon winds and other things, and will finally reach as precipitation here. And because of that, we talk about El Nino, La Nina effect, and especially now we are saying we are in La Nina phase and things of that kind. Now, that aspect is modeled in detail because there is so much things that are happening in the atmosphere, there are so many things that are happening in the ocean. Everything is modeled through this general circulation model. So what is done here, if we try to look at atmosphere, these are the, I'm not an atmospheric scientist, but I'm trying to fool you by saying that I know it. Okay, so what you are trying to see here is that there are so many vertical levels into atmosphere everywhere up to stratosphere, okay, and we try to model every component of atmosphere. It may be temperature, it may be wind speed, it may be humidity, any other variable that is there in the pressure, everything, okay. And then these are about, say, 20 vertical levels like that into the atmosphere, okay. And we also have about such vertical layers into the ocean, okay. What typically happens from atmospheric science point of view is that whatever is happening above surface, if you try to model all the atmospheric components, they are called ACMs, or atmospheric climate models. And if you try to do the same thing for ocean, from ground level up to the bottom of the ocean, they are called ocean climate models. And if you try to couple them, okay, they are called coupled general circulation models. So we try to use coupled general circulation models to model with initial condition and boundary final condition, as I explained to you, with 1990 and 2100, and we try to get the information. So all the basic fundamental laws are assumed to be valid and modeled, and we try to get it. Trust me when I tell you that to run a coupled GCM, we require a supercomputer, okay? Because it's at a very fine spatial resolution, and if you want to go for anything finer than that, present supercomputer will not be sufficient, okay? That's the kind of modeling that is required to be done, and that provides a very useful information. Now, this kind of coupled GCMs are available across the globe, developed by different universities and different meteorological departments. So there are large number of them. Then the question comes like, which GCM we should use for our country or for our region of interest or for our river basin of interest. And for that, what we try to do, or what is done globally, is this particular concept called CMIP. It's a big name, but nothing big in that. What it says is Coupled Model Intercomparison Project. So they try to look at about 30 to 40 models that are available, compare them, assess them, and say which GCM is good for which variable, for which region. That's what comes out from this analysis. And also, those scenarios that I have told you, there are all some boundary conditions, right? From A1 to A2 and B1, B2, etc. So those were modified. Every time IPCC meets, they try to further improvise and try to make it more realistic and try to bring in that human factor into it. So initially it was called SRES, or Special Report on Emission Scenarios. Then we had what we call as RCPs, or Representative Concentration Pathways. And then everybody, especially the developing countries with a large population, have insisted that human factor should be taken into account. So RCPs are then converted to SSPs. SSPs are Shared Socio-Economic Pathways. Okay, so each one of them has some relation. Although I'm talking about A1, A2, etc., they have equivalent relation in terms of RCP, and we also have equivalent relation in terms of SSP. Okay, boundary conditions are again specified for each scenario, right? So that's about climate, okay, and climate change, and how do we quantify climate change, which is good at a global scale. But if you say that 1 degree by 1 degree or 2 degree by 2 degree, okay, that's too large as far as water resources are concerned, because too many things will happen in such a large area. We are talking about 25,000 square kilometers or more than that as one box, one pixel if you want to like it. Okay, so that being the case, many times what happens is there will be some approximation that is happening because of that. What is happening? If you try to look at a simple concept of topography, okay, there is a hilly region where snowfall is there and some rainfall is occurring here, the snowfall is occurring here, and there is a lot of slope, and finally it is joining the ocean, this entire path. If you look at this, the topography, just focus only on the topography, okay, starting from, let us say, Himalayas to Bay of Bengal. Okay, now if we try to look at that, the approximation that is happening because of the coarse resolution is that this entire portion is represented as one constant elevation. You may laugh at it if I say that, but that's what is going to happen as far as GCM is concerned, because 1 degree by 1 degree means that much area is assumed to be one box or one pixel at one constant level. So that's a big approximation. Why it will create a problem? So typically, we may get this model output at 300 kilometer by 300 kilometer as one box, one pixel. But from river basin point of view, we may require a 50 kilometer resolution. And from urban hydrology point of view, like Bangalore floods, etc., we may require 10 kilometer resolution. And from Dr. Usha's point of view, you may require at the plant level, okay, then you require at 1 meter spatial resolution, or even at the point level information. If you look at what is available from GCM to what is required for impact study, there is a huge gap. That's because of the spatial resolution at which this data is available. We try to bridge this gap using what we call as downscaling. Okay, so we try to downscale the data that is available at a very coarse resolution to a fine spatial resolution. So that's what we try to do, and to do that, we try to again use all these inputs. And like I told you, the GCM typically has so many vertical levels into the atmosphere, so many vertical levels into the ocean, and things of that kind. So that data, if it is available at these dots that you are seeing here, which are at the center of the box of that GCM output, which is roughly about 2 degrees or 2.5 degree size. Okay. Now, When compared to these boxes or these points where the GCM output is available for us, this yellow portion that you are seeing here is our river basin. It could be as large as Malaprabha, or even for that matter Krishna basin, entire Krishna basin. Okay? That being the case, what happens is we try to look at the climate information that is available at all these locations and use that information to get the rainfall or any other climate variable information at this point by developing what we call as a functional relation between what is observed here versus what is actually available at these locations. We develop that kind of functional relation between what is observed at a coarse resolution to get the information at a fine spatial resolution, which is called downscaling. Okay? It could be done in two broad categories. One is called statistical downscaling, which I'm going to focus a lot on, and the other one is called dynamical downscaling. The main issue is, again, if you talk about the boundary condition, these are the grid boxes that you are seeing here as far as GCM is concerned. Every box is 1 point as far as that GCM is concerned. So the GCM output that is available for one box, let us say, we try to put the boundary of the information that is available at the boundary, and then that box itself will try to further divide into fine grid. And again do the entire physics that we do using GCM. And that is called regional climate model. So from GCM, general circulation model or global climate model, we now come to regional climate model. Although there are some efforts to develop RCMs, India has taken a lot of time to do that, and now there is one RCM developed for our country by Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. That's with the UK Hadley Center, and that is the only RCM that is available. When we don't have that, in the absence of that, the other approach that we try to do is to develop a statistical relation as simple as y equal to mx plus c, where x is your coarse resolution data and y is your fine resolution data. And if you don't like that simple equation y equal to mx plus c, make it as complicated as you want. Okay? You can try to make it a polynomial regression or multi-polynomial nonlinear regression and so on and so forth. Okay? So when you do that, then you develop the functional relation and use that relation in the future. For example, tomorrow or after 2025 or 2035, if the climate is going to be like this, that data and the relation that we have developed we'll use to get what is going to happen at a fine resolution in 2035, in 2045, and so on. So to do that, I'll take you through one machine learning technique. Please listen to it and forget it. Okay? Idea is not to impress upon you about high-end things that I may be doing. That's not the interest here. Just to tell you how that statistical relation can be as complicated as you wish. Okay? So the tool that we have used, otherwise that Anandi will not get her PhD, right? So she has to work on that. And the tool that we have used here is called support vector machine. Okay? And this is basically a machine learning technique. It tries to develop that kind of nonlinear relation that I have mentioned to you. Okay? And what it does, time is not there. So what we'll do is, we'll skip this portion. Let us assume that there is some technique that is trying to downscale the data for a given region. Okay? And this is the theory behind this. I will not dump you with this at the fag end of the day. Okay? So what we'll try to do is, we try to use this approach and try to get what I am trying to get now. That is, look at this Malaprabha river basin. Okay? I hope for Kannadigas I don't have to tell where is Malaprabha basin. Okay? But in case if you want to look at within India, Karnataka, and within this is a portion that I am referring to. And this itself is about 2,564 square kilometers up to Malaprabha dam site. I'm not going downstream of it. Okay? So up to that portion. That itself is a large area. But that large area, okay, look at it in terms of these blue dots. Okay? These blue dots are the places where, from a general circulation model called CGCM, that is Canadian General Circulation Model 3. From that, these are the points at which data is available. Climate data is available. 20 vertical levels into the atmosphere, 20 vertical levels into the ocean, and things of that kind. And then these plus points are also very interesting. These are at a finer spatial resolution, and this is called basically NCEP NCAR data. In case if you want to use it, it is freely available. NCEP NCAR, NCEP, NCAR. If you want, I can expand it. Maybe you can ask me later. Okay, so that data is also available for past as well as for future. Now the idea is use this data, all the surrounding grid points, and get the information here. For that, what we did, we tried to get some rain gauge stations data here, stream gauge stations data here, and develop the function relation between the rainfall that is observed here with the rainfall that is estimated at these locations. And that relation developed through support vector machine was used for downscaling. What we try to downscale? We try to downscale all the cardinal variables that are required as far as climate information is concerned. Precipitation, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, wind speed, relative humidity, solar radiation. Solar radiation can directly be a proxy for cloud cover information. So if we try to get this data, for every variable, we have developed a downscaling technique. Everywhere SVM only used, but the inputs and outputs will be different. Okay, so that is what is done through this study. You know, if you talk about one variable called precipitation, what we are trying to get, the precipitation at 2,500 square kilometers when compared to what is available at 75,000 square kilometers. That is what we are downscaling. Okay, and this is for precipitation, and in the same way we try to do it for maximum temperature, minimum temperature. Don't try to read these things. These are all different variables that come out as an output from GCM at different pressure levels, different vertical levels, and things of that kind. Okay, and like that we did it for wind speed, relative humidity, cloud cover, that is basically the solar radiation aspect, and then stream flow. Our ultimate aim is to get the stream flow. So I'll be talking about all these things to binarily take you there. Now what we did here, we tried to get this output from a GCM on a daily time scale for 100 years. So 100 into 365 values are available. Okay, and that data we now try to get it for Malaprabha by downscaling. Any variable, precipitation, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, etc. So that data, when I got it, I would have got it for 100 into 365 numbers, right? That's a huge data. If I try to plot it like this, it will go beyond this room width also, right? So what I try to do now is we'll try to look at for every 20 years what is happening. So for every 20 years, I'll just represent it as one number. It could be average, it could be median, and what is the variation that is happening within this 20 years. And that is typically shown with this kind of plot. This is called as, in statistical concepts, as box plot. There is a box here, that's why it's called box plot. Okay, what is happening here? You know, this is the mean. That square box that you are seeing here is the mean, and the circle that you are seeing here is the possibly the observed mean. Okay, and this horizontal line that you are seeing here in the box is median. Mean and median we would have studied in our childhood also in school days. Okay, then if they are not sufficient, I will talk about upper quartile, lower quartile. This is simply statistical terminology, and we will call this as lower whisker and upper whisker. When I teach this to my students in the class, I always refer to just turn it by 90 degrees and call this as your mustache. Okay, and what you are seeing in the whiskers is the small 1 or 2 strands of hair that may be there. Okay, so that's the way you can try to refer to this, but this is a very popular way of representing data over a given duration of time. If you get this concept of this box or box plot, okay, I'll take you through next 5 slides for various variables. Okay, so what we'll do now is try to look at these boxes. Let me show you for one variable, say relative humidity. Okay, now what you are seeing here in the first portion, forget about these portion, just look at this alone. Okay, this is the box plot for the observed past data. as is available from Malaprabha Basin. And this one is available from the NSEP-NCAR reanalysis data. And this is from the GCM data that we have downscaled and made it available for Malaprabha. Now, how do we interpret these boxes? You know, what we are trying to see is that if these boxes are of almost similar height and also at the similar place in the y-axis, it means that they have similar mean and similar median and similar variance. Means we are able to compare our downscale data very well with the observed data. That is to develop the confidence and to appreciate the kind of downscaling that we have done. That is only for the past data. Okay, this is all of past only. This is from 1978 to 2000, where we have the rain gauge, relative humidity, etc., available for that Malaprabha basin. Okay, and then we look at the climate model, GCM, for SRS A1B scenario. We downscale the data, okay, and you can see now the relative humidity. If you look at the square boxes, it is increasing. For every box is for one 20-year period. 2001 to 20, 21 to 40, 41 to 60, 61 to 80, and 81 to 2100 for every 20-year period. As you can see, there is a clear rise in trend when compared to what is observed. The hollow circles are observed mean. That's why it's one horizontal line. It will not change. That's for the past, right? So there's a big change. And if you look at that, when compared to A1B, in A2, the change is more. And when compared to that, B1 is less. And this is one thing that is breached long time back. This is called the Kyoto Protocol. Commit scenario as per Japan Kyoto Protocol. That was breached long time back, therefore it will not happen. But if it were to happen, climate would not change. That's the bottom line. Okay, that's why there is no big change as far as that portion is concerned. So that's the way it is to be understood. If you have understood this picture or this slide, okay, next 5 slides are for the next 5 causative variables. Like this is for relative humidity, and the same thing for precipitation, rainfall, exactly same, okay? But trust me, that girl would have struggled a lot to produce all these numbers, okay? I should tell you that she took 5.5 years to complete her PhD, okay? So now you can see that change in the trend is very interesting in the sense that rainfall is projected to increase as far as Malaprabha Basin is concerned. Is it a good news? Definitely yes, because that will stabilize the drinking water supply to Dharwad and other places, because that's the source of drinking water from Malaprabha. It is so much so that they are just struggling to get 2 more TMC from a west flowing Mahadayi river into Malaprabha, okay? It went into all kinds of court cases. They have dug out a canal and they have to refill the canal and close that. So many things have happened, okay? So that is one thing that is going to happen. But let me also alert you that although precipitation is projected to increase, number of rainy days are going to decrease. That means the intensity of rainfall is going to be substantially high. Now, that is for rainfall. In the same way, if you look at maximum temperature, this is with very high reliability. That's why the whiskers are very small typically. And this is for minimum temperature. And interestingly, this one is for wind speed. As you can notice, there is no change. This is for a peculiar reason as far as the Malaprabha Basin is concerned. Malaprabha Basin is to the east of Western Ghats. Okay? And all the major winds come from Arabian Sea, and they will be nice. Malaprabha Basin will be nicely protected by these Western Ghats. So the wind variation, wind speed variation will be very little in the Malaprabha Basin. It's called typically in hydrologic or topographic terminology as leeward side of hills. And because of that, there is no big change in wind speed. That's why you don't see any change. There is no rising trend here. Okay. So these are some of the variables that we try to project. Only variable that I haven't shown is stream flow. Okay. That's a suspense. I'll go to the last slide to do that. Okay. For that, what we'll do is now I try to use all this climate related information, but that in itself is not sufficient to cause the stream flow. We have to also see where the rainfall is occurring. Is it occurring on a hard rock terrain? Then entire rainfall will come as runoff. But if it is occurring on a sandy soil, everything will go as infiltration, nothing will come as runoff, right? So those land use, land cover categories and other information also will be required to generate stream flow. For that, what we try to do, I mean, this is for cloud cover, and we try to integrate these components. And again, I'll try to take you through Malaprabha Basin only for all these portions. One thing that we did with remote sensing that you would have heard from Professor Dadwal and others, okay, is about how we try to integrate each of these components to get the information. Okay, so if you try to look at one model that we try to use is called SWAT model, Soil and Water Assessment Tool. Okay, it's a very popular, freely available software. Okay, and also the best part of it is not only software but it's also source code, which is written in my computer mother tongue called Fortran. Okay, so there you will get all the source code available. So you can play around with the code and try to improvise to make it available, to make it applicable for region of your study interest. So here, when that SWAT model is floated on ArcView GIS platform, it is called AV SWAT. Okay, the heart of it is SWAT model only. Okay, the heart of it is SWAT model only, but there is a huge front end through GIS. It has different sources from remote sensing, from digital elevation models, from land use again from remote sensing, and raw GIS data, and then meteorological and other variables that are available for a given location over long number of time steps, all that was utilized. This is the front end. Idea is when you have this kind of data from multiple sources, we try to utilize them to model and get the stream flow. How is it done? I'll try to show you some aspects. Again, remember the shape of that Malaprabha Basin. Okay, so for Malaprabha Basin now, this is what we call as land use, land cover map. Okay, how is it done? We try to use Indian remote sensing satellite data, but we try to use two aspects of it. One is basically list 3 data, and other one is panchromatic data. The advantage is list 3 data has very high spectral resolution, and panchromatic data has very high spatial resolution. We fuse them through using one simple technique called IHS transformation, and then we can get detailed land use, land cover map. In this, you are seeing many categories like agricultural land up to water bodies, okay, and each one of them. And if you know the pixel size, let us say about 50 meters by 50 meters, then count the number of pixels, multiply by 50 into 50, you know what is the total area under agriculture, what is the total area under water body, and so on and so forth. Okay, that's the way we get land use, land cover information. And this one is soil type. This is also obtained from remote sensing, but is verified by checking with NBSS and LUP, which is also whose office is near Hebal. Okay, so from there also we can try to collaborate and try to see the data. Then we also looked at the digital elevation data, which is also freely available. If you are looking for digital elevation data for any region of your interest, at 80 meters spatial resolution, you can simply type in Google SRTM DEM. Okay, SRTM stands for, it is not a satellite, it is not an aircraft, it is actually a space shuttle. So shuttle radar topography mission. Okay, and that data is freely available for our country because it depends on the latitude. For a given our country, it is available at 80 meter spatial resolution. So for Malaprabha Basin now, I am showing this elevation. What I am trying to show is that for different elevation ranges, I have given different colors. Okay, so red color is the lowest elevation and the blue color is the highest elevation, the boundary of the basin. Using this elevation data, we derive using a very simple algorithm, which would have taken me 10 minutes to explain, called D8 algorithm. Okay, and that would try to get you this kind of drainage pattern. Now when you look at this drainage pattern, what is happening? You can see this entire area is draining into this place, and this entire area is also draining into this place. So this is called a place where a lot of water is getting collected. We want to call this, Madam was referring to, we can try to call this as, you can put a check dam here. You can put a check dam here. You can put a check dam here. Okay, so they are called in SWAT terminology as pour points. Water is getting poured into that location. Okay, so we try to identify as many such pour points as possible. Those red dots that you are seeing here, that can be done through remote sensing and the DEM. And then, because these are all different layers that are available in GIS, we can put them in any form, any order that we want. And we can also say that this portion is one subbasin, this portion is one subbasin, etc. And accordingly, we can try to call them as different subbasins. Okay, so for each subbasin, we can put over that, if you want, our drainage pattern. Okay, then we have exactly how the water is going to flow when the rainfall occurs. So, model takes all these inputs and tries to convert the information available from rainfall, temperature, wind speed, maximum temperature, relative humidity, everything into account, and based on that estimate the runoff. And that runoff that is estimated is compared with what is the runoff that is observed at the dam site, that inflows into the dam. Okay, and when they compare well, we are doing well as far as the model simulation is concerned. Therefore, that model will be used for future climate to generate the stream flow. That's what we try to do as far as this approach is concerned. So this kind of boring tables and numbers will come up. What happens here is that for every subbasin, okay, we are trying to get what is the area under pasture, what is the area under water body, what is the area under urban, forest, agriculture, and total area of the subbasin. Like that for every subbasin, and like that, if you do, you'll get the total area of the basin, which is 2,564 square kilometers. And then, if you look at this, for every soil type, clay, loam, skeletal clay are the main broad categories of soil that is available in Malaprabha Basin, and from them, for them, the areas are shown here. Okay, so that's what we try to get as far as the soil type is concerned. Provide all this into that SWAT model. Okay, and then it estimates the runoff and stream flow. Okay, and it tries to compare with what is observed. And if they compare well, you know, it's shown as P equal to 0.97, means they are reasonably comparing well. That means you have now a very well developed and calibrated model for Malaprabha Basin. So that we try to use for the future. It's just not giving stream flow, but it will also give many other information. This column is about stream flow. This is lateral flow. This is groundwater component. This is percolation. This is evapotranspiration. All this also comes out as the output from SWAT model. So with all this information, we now come back to those box plots. Okay, so all the variables that we have generated downscaled so far will go as input to AV SWAT to get you this final output. This is the final outcome of PhD work. One simple slide like this. Okay, but all the effort is for this. So what you are getting here, you are getting the stream flow projected for every possible climate change scenario into the future, starting from 2000 up to 2100. Now this is as far as stream flow is concerned. But we are also interested in groundwater component, okay? And I have told you that GWQ is groundwater component, but there is a problem with SWAT. You know, SWAT modelers never believed that Indian farmers will go that deep into the ground to get the groundwater, okay? And so most of the models, hydrologic models that are developed, will fail to account for the extraction that is happening from deep bore wells. So what we did to adapt it to our country, what we did is that we took the SWAT model only, okay, but added a deep groundwater balance model into it. Okay, this is what Rashmi has done, who is now faculty in BMS College. So what she did, she tried to look at this portion and integrated this AV SWAT. So what is happening? The groundwater component now can be better modeled with this coupled surface groundwater model. SWAT could have done, but SWAT wouldn't have done as good as what we can do with this approach. So with this, again we looked at Malaprabha Basin, okay, and looked at what is happening to the groundwater, which is alarming. I'll not spend too much of time on that slide because it is too alarming, okay. You know, for every sub-basin, basin numbers are there, but what is there in the parenthesis is the change in groundwater level, okay. Negative means it is deeper. Positive means it is rising, right? And you can see in the upper portion of the basin, it's almost zero, indicating there is no big change. That's actually the Western Ghats and the forest region. So there is no big change. But as you come to middle and lower reaches, okay, you can see the drop is minus 14, that is 14 meters drop in groundwater level. And here it is 23. Don't try to read this number, okay? That's the kind of huge drop in groundwater level that we are facing because of two issues. One, that although this portion receives a lot of rainfall, this portion will receive very little rainfall. This is actually drought hit region normally. And then there is a lot of extraction going on for lift irrigation and other activities. So the drop is quite severe. Okay. So this, we did it for every sub-basin using AV SWAT coupled with deep groundwater model and came out with this kind of results. And that's what we thought we can also project it into the future later stage. So to conclude, you know, climate change has, and its variability will have significant impact on hydrology of a river basin. Although in one sense for Malaprabha it's a good story in the sense that rainfall is going to increase, okay, but it need not happen for every basin. For every basin we can do this. As a matter of fact, we did work almost for every basins, and when Government of India took initiative, I must proudly say that IASC was the role model. They tried to see what is done in IASC and tried to ask many other institutes to do the same thing for different river basins. And Ministry of Water Resources has funded in a big way to get this kind of climate change impact on almost major river basins in our country. Okay, that work is completed. So it is important to understand and quantify these impacts. More importantly, there are uncertainty, and you know, these tools, remote sensing, GIS, etc., have very useful tools to assess water resource of a basin in a much better way. And finally, impact of climate change on hydrology and water sources should be investigated for effective planning and management of water resources. So that's what I wanted to convey to you. And you know, as Madam has mentioned, I thought I will sell myself for the next half a minute. Okay, this is one book that we have written. It is published by you know, Cambridge University Press. It talks about climate change impact, especially due to what is going to happen to extremes, the floods in a changing climate. This is actually 4-book series, okay? And our book is mainly on hydrologic modeling, okay? And I mean, each book is written by a group of people from different countries. Now, other one is also very interesting. It is actually with a lot of case studies and simple classroom kind of examples. I'm not selling my books, okay? If you want, I can send you soft copy, okay? But this is written by myself and another colleague of mine from BITS Pilani, okay? So this tries to explain some of the modeling techniques with very simple case studies and sometimes classroom kind of examples to appreciate how we can do what we are trying to do. Okay. I'll stop here, and I'm willing to take any questions if there is time.
Thank you, sir. Beautiful storytelling has just now happened. I would like to say this is a difficult topic to be covered and you know, narrowed down to such a simple way, taking the example of Malaprabha. One of the beautiful model sir has depicted just in front of us. He has started with climate change and probably has covered different models from ECM, that is a general circulation model, to how we can bring it to the regional specific models. And quoting Malaprabha example, and every step, I think, the last one particularly, probably from 10 feet to probably 100, 50 feet, we have to go down 2 to 3 bores. Now it's already happening in those places like Solar and all. But the quality of water, again, it matters when it comes to the health of the human being. So this is an alarming story, I think we all have heard. Probably, thank you very much, sir, for making this more scientific subject into a simpler topic to understand by most of the audience here. And definitely it has given a very beautiful thought take it forward. So now, thank you very much, sir. I think you can take a chair. I would like to take questions as well as suggestions, because science is always, ever changing subject.
There is actually, that's where you see this RCPs. When compared to the storyline that I told you, that is only talking about CO2. But now, what we are trying to do is we are trying to look at all greenhouse gas emissions. It's not necessarily CO2 alone, methane, every contributing agency, contributing variable to GHG is being accounted for. That's why when you see, earlier they see what we used to draw one line from 2000 to 2100. But now we are not drawing one line, we are drawing one line like this. Okay, that's what bandwidth is. That is actually because of the way each of these greenhouse gases emission is projected. They always blame India also for different reasons. If you recall, any place with a war game, everyone will try to fight with each other. So one of the things that are being attributed is the amount of paddy cultivation that we are doing. We are saying that, so we are trying to say a lot of methane gas we are emitting, and we have large number of reservoirs. Maybe reservoirs because the water that we are storing, it is emitting methane. Cow, when you are trying to milk the cow, they say it is emitting methane. Okay? And a lot of research is going on to quantify the amount of methane one cow is emitting. There is one big project in ICAR called NICRA, and that project is trying to fund large other portions regarding, where also they try to say traditional cow versus. Okay. So everything is going on. So all those points are being considered. That's the problem. As far as RCPs are concerned, they come into picture, and they are further modified and improved in SSP. Actually, what happened is we have measured for about 4 out of 14 sub-bases. Very simple statistic in use. First of all, from CCWD, that is groundwater board, the groundwater levels are available with their observation wells. There are good number of observation wells in North Carolina. But another thing that we did when we tried to go for some ground truth collection, etc., we asked a simple question to the villages. If you are drilling bore well, now up to what depth you have to. So at some places we got the data, and that collaborated with us as far as the New York State is. So it is actually modern, but compared well with what is actual.
Impact of lithology rather to say we need climate change.
So that is what is done. You see what because of lack of time, I will not go into details of it. That's what is done by one postdoc for about 2 years. So we try to deep groundwater expert model that I have shown you. So there, lithology was the main point of it.
Yes.
Why is called an aquifer? Because in some places it is confined aquifer and some places unconfined aquifer. Both are also accounted for in this model. We have initially started with simply, sorry if I am sounding technical, we try to first of all try to link SWAG with mod flow. That itself is good.
Yes.
But in mod flow also there are some limitations. That's why we use the basic equations of groundwater flow and the lithology information, and based on that we develop the deep experiment specifically for molecules. And that we integrate it so. So your point is well taken. In
Yes.
those places where you don't expect groundwater recharge to take place, therefore the groundwater levels will be low.
Yeah.
That portion is not accounted for as as this approach is concerned.
We even have conducted adjacent to the Malaprabha River some this resistivity surveys. He just on the what to say, on the banks of the river Malaprabha. We even have not found any factors. So ultimately we thought that the lithology is playing more role with regards to the groundwater compared to the climate change.
You're right. That's definitely about that. I agree with you.
Thank you.
I'll tell you why. Yeah, what I have shown you is actually between what is observed as Malaprabha Dam inflow to what is simulated as Malaprabha Dam inflow. Those two are compared. Okay. There is no climate. It is just to understand and develop a model for given rainfall input, given temperature input, given humidity input, what is going to be the runoff. There, the comparison is excellent. It's 597. Okay. Highest value that you can get is 1. Okay. So that is very good. But if I now try to look at for a given climate scenario, okay, we have already seen from 2000 to 2100, and 2000 to 2020 is already happened. Right? So if you take the first column of the box plot, okay, and compare that what is actually observed, because it already happened 20 years. Okay, you will see lots of uncertainty. And the vistas that you have seen, I have not really talked about it because if I talked about it, I would have lost it so close. Okay, so if you try to look at those vistas, when compared to what is the past, if you look at the future from first 20 years to last 20 years, the vistas are longer. The vistas is very good. That talks about too much of uncertainty as we go into the future when compared to the near future. So there is huge amount of uncertainty and nicely camouflaged. We try to put a lot of effort on it. You are perfectly correct. Wow, bullseye. I'll tell you why. Because any climate model can do very well as far as temperature is concerned. Why? GCA itself is developed with boundary conditions of temperature. So it will do very well. But other variables, the amount of error that you get would be substantially high, and the maximum uncertainty or the maximum amount of error is there for precipitation. With so-called supercomputer run GCM, no GCM, this is global climate model, not for India or something. No GCM is able to model Indian monsoon very well. So that's why for precipitation, you see so much of uncertainty. Yeah. You are stretching your hand or you are trying to raise your hand? Oh, okay.
So you mentioned about the downscale from GCM to the reasoning models. To what extent the repeated experimental multi-model measurements in those areas can actually help to refine the reasoning models?
Wow. There is one very interesting technology that is being used now. I told you that there are large number of GCMs available. Okay, and SNP is entirely for that. SNP 3, SNP 5, SNP 6. They are only to compare different models and try to conclude. And because you mentioned about 200 papers and all, what happens, many of those papers are ranking GCMs and saying that for this region, for example, Godavari Basin, go for this GCM. I will not even say that. What I will say, out of 30 GCMs, maybe these top 5 GCMs are good. Take them. Okay? So at that stage, when 5 GCMs data you have used, so you have multi-model output. Then we go for one particular terminology very popularly used in statistics, ensembling. So we then ensemble the output of these 5 models and get the aggregated value with weighted approach if you want, because you may like one model more than compared to other model. So you can use some weights accordingly and get the ensembled average and call that as the model. That will help you to reduce huge amount of uncertainty.
So for integration modeling, can you use
You can do. One thing is while calibrating the model, you know, I did not even talk 1 minute about that. Okay, she was also asking about the 0.97. I have shown you the final result. Okay, but let me tell you, this girl, I mean, I keep referring to her Anandi. Okay, she has taken about 1.5 years to just calibrate the strategy, because there are so many parameters in the model, and every parameter we have to tweak. And one of the 2 parameters that I like very much, very popularly known as FO and SO, ETCO and ESCHO. Okay, these models are very popular, and these sample parameters are very good. Every parameter we have to calibrate, and based on that, we can try to use it. You can otherwise integrate. What do you think about the recent proposal to link also rivers? Which way climate change is favorable, either building dams or linking the rivers? I hope somebody is not recording my voice. I am a big advocate for the linking of rivers. I can scientifically prove it, excepting for one main issue, that is the kind of disturbance that we are bringing to ecology. I told you very nice. I'll tell you one profounding impact of climate change. I don't know whether I have time or not. I'll take 2 minutes. Okay. There is one profounding statement that is made when we talk about climate change. I make the statement, then explain it. The statement is very simple. It says the frequency of low frequency events is going to increase. What does it mean? What are low frequency events? Low frequency events are droughts and floods. Very rarely they occur. Okay? And the frequency of those events is going to increase. Now when that happens, what happens? You may have a drought, and if you, in the civil you would have had something like 50-year recurrent interval drought, or 100-year recurrent interval flood. Okay? What does it mean? You will have that magnitude of flood once in 100 years. Right? But that will now occur every 70 years. That is the frequency is going to increase. Now because of that, what is happening? Huge amount of water will be available in a short span of time. If you don't store it, it will either go to Bay of Bengal or Arabian. So climate change would further demand that we may require more amount of storage structures. And those storage structures may be within the basin or across the basin. So in the future, we need to have more storage. We are talking about a Kihode project here, and you know, long time back, Penny, at the time of Britisher, he himself has done in Tamil Nadu to Kerala. So there are many integration projects that are already being pursued, as long as they are within one political state. If they are interstate, then there are a lot of issues. Yes, that's going to happen. I mean, I made those statements very, softly, like rainfall is going to increase, but the number of raining days are going to decrease. That talks about the breaking mark. I answered it. So
Yes.
I hope you answered.
Yeah, very much answer, very much.
Definitely. I mean, I told you that. But we have done a lot of feasibility studies, and even why talk about it, Mahadari. Such a simple, you have 2 TMC, that's all. 2 TMC of water has to be diverted from Mahadari to Malaprabha. It will stabilize. Malaprabha dam will hardly fill up once in 10 years. So if you get this water, it is extremely useful for taking care of Hubli, Dharwad region. And we are also going through very close to Bangalore, so you may get
all these water scarcity and also this climate as well as which is not maybe techniques, maybe methodologies, maybe our initiations should begin from now. So thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Your outstanding lecture. And yes.
I would like to thank KSA, Professor Kalki, for inviting me to the wonderful session as a chairperson, and also they keep on inviting me for different occasions. It's not only here, it's a new learning for me every occasion. Thank you, sir.
Once again, thank you very much, sir. And I request Raghunath Reddy, sir, to please present. So, power plot for flower pot to Sir Nagesh, sir, as a token of our respect. Please accept it, sir. And request Professor Lokesh, sir, to present flower pot to Usha Ravindra madam as a token of our respect. Thank you so much, madam, for chairing this session. And thank you, Nagesh Kumar, sir, for your outstanding, interesting, valuable lecture. So, thank you. And those who are presenting their papers, please go to our studio room immediately and so present your papers. And thank you, one and all, for your patience hearing of today's session. And so this is today conclusion. Tomorrow, as we will start around 10 o'clock, the same in the hall. So please, those who are staying here and those who are not collected your bags, please collect it in the reception counter. And please go, those who are going to present your research papers, please go and in our meeting room. So thank you, one and all. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.